are struggling for Daygame, and minorities, well, they're winning. And no one is talking about it. My students are winning. And before we break down how each ethnicity can win in 2025, I need you to stay until the end of the video, because what I'm about to show you is going to flip your beliefs upside down. Everyone thinks that minorities have it harder in dating, and while they're not wrong in the past, at first, but the truth is, once you understand why white guys are stuck in 2025 and how minorities are skill maxing, you'll see why race is no longer a setback. It's a power up if you play it right. So later in the video, I'm going to break down how Asians, Italians, blacks, Middle Easterns, well, I wouldn't say Latinos, but you know, are using elite tonality mastery and arrow science to dominate even in the toughest Western markets. Except for Latinos, still the worst performing group of the year outside the 21-year-old Gen Z student. But first, we gotta cover the real reason why they're winning and why white guys are falling behind. All right, so I wanna make sure the music is actually playing and is looping. All right, so whoever's here, what's up? How is it going? Let me try to post this into the group so people know. But in between, okay. Day 2. Where are you? Join. 5-day. I can't even see 5-day challenge. All right, I'm gonna go as fast as I can, okay? All right, let's continue. So the 4 pillars with the arrow science and tonality mastery as one. Because we have to talk about internally. We're always talking about external circumstances. And I want to talk about the inner game of why minorities are winning and white people are struggling this year. I know it seems very strange to think white people are struggling. Don't they have the highest SMV? No, I'm telling you, they actually are going to struggle and they're not going to make headway. And that becomes a major problem. So, having said that, the 4 pillars are what you need to succeed in Daygame. A lot of people have internal objections, belief problems that they can't do it. When in reality, they can this year. They absolutely can. So that's a problem. It's an inner game issue. So you want to get that fixed right away. In order to fix that, the first pillar is the one that gets your foot in the door. So let's talk internally before we talk about minorities versus white day gamers, which minorities this year, for my students, are actually winning, which is super surprising, by the way. You never would have thought in a million years that minorities will have the tactical advantage, because white students used to, and I think that white students or white people in general for Daygame are lazy. They like to do the very minimum. They like to do the least amount of, they like to do the least amount of work, and that's a problem. So let me just share this in the group first. Okay, so all right, on Facebook, I'm gonna let people know that they can actually join day number 2 of Elite Tonality Mastery. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask. I'll be glad to answer them. So, but yeah, today's topic is basically about inner game and how minorities are going to beat the white people. That's my prediction. It's gonna beat white people, and you're gonna be like, "Oh, it's not impossible," but no, it's gonna be very possible. All right, let's continue. So let's get real for a second. Elite tonality mastery isn't just a nice to have thing. Oh yeah, that sounds great, right, John? Good job, right? Yeah, that sounds great, but who gives a shit? But that's not how it is like. You gotta start thinking that in 2025, if your voice leaks of stress, like you start sounding low status or monotone or just plain tired and breathing out with a poverty sigh, you're not even gonna get a shot. You're not gonna get an instant date, and you're not gonna get a date at all. And we're gonna go over all the testimonials of the minorities. Don't get me wrong, that's going to happen. But you're getting replaced outright. And if you understand what I'm saying, say I in your brain or say I in the comment section. Participate. So let's talk about numbers for a second, because I know my audience is logical. Looks is out of 10. Money is out of 5. Status is out of 10 points. Social skills is 2.5 points. Social calibrations is 2.5 points. Emotional control is 2.5 points. Game is 2.5 points. You need 20 out of 35 to get your dick wet. That's right. That's the line of fuckability. You cross it and you get laid for Daygame. You fall short and you're invisible. But here's where most guys messes up. If your emotions are out of control, and if you're broke as a joke, anxious and stressed out because of the winner and loser effect, you're missing out on the 2.5 points. You're actually minus 2.5 points in that category, believe it or not. So you can actually work against yourself, and that becomes a major problem. So, hey, what's up? So, I'm glad you're here. Ask any questions that you want, okay? I'll be glad to answer anything. But we're talking about in this video how white day gamers are losing out compared to minorities. And that's very strange. And I don't know why. Okay, I don't know why my phone's not charging either. What the fuck? Not be happy right now. Shit, I only got enough juice to get this video up here. There's like 3% charge. Losing out compared to minorities. Okay, so let's share this right now. Yo, join me for the day 2 challenge. See you there. Okay, I'll post in the second group. Shit, it's gonna be like 2% battery very soon. That's all the juice I got. So if this thing does not want to work, I have to charge it somewhere else. All right, somebody texted me. Got it. Okay, great. Let's continue. So basically, you're actually minus 2.5 if your emotions are off. That means you're digging yourself a hole before you even start. We're gonna talk about, white day gamers versus minorities. And I think white day gamers are tied in last place with Latinos this year. Like, they're all struggling. And I know it sounds awful, but what if this is the first year that minorities have a huge advantage over the whites? For the first time in our lifetime, minorities can actually beat the white day gamers. And you might think, well, that's impossible because white day gamers have such a huge tactical advantage. No, but I'm saying that this is going to be the first year. So white minority students, right, I'll change the title, will beat white for Daygame 2025. Why? Students. Oh, okay, just put white minorities. I don't have that much space. Hopefully that's a better title. So why does this happen? Hey, what's up? So I'm glad you're here. I'm gonna switch up the, hopefully music's not too loud. Okay, I'm gonna change the captions. Hopefully that's the right one. All right, ask me any questions. Why does this happen? So let's be brutally honest here. Broke guys are the most problematic. If you're broke, and that's kind of funny because this year a lot of white day gamers, especially in Europe, they're broke as a joke. And that makes you depressed. And what do depressed guys do? They spend money on distractions, food, gadgets, alcohol, whatever to feel better. It's like a self-soothing addiction, but it only makes things worse. And why are you depressed? You might be thinking, because you have ADHD. You can't focus. You're always distracted. You get more cortisol in your system, your stress hormone. And of course, we talked about this on a previous 5-day challenge. So we don't need to go and talk about the same things, right? Still, there's only 2 people here. That's kind of fucked up. Do they not know? So you start losing your hair, you get a double chin, your belly grows, and you lose muscle mass. Usually you get at least 2 out of 4. Okay? Or maybe sometimes all 4 of those things. So if you're nodding your head, if any of this makes sense to you about cortisol, say I in your brain, or you can type it. So let's see here. Okay, good. We have some people here. So when you're in survival mode, your voice changes. Okay? See the comments here. Hey, what's up? There's some people here. So good afternoon. So does emotional control focus on tonality? That's a really great question, Get Skills. I really like that question, okay? So let's give it a clap for that wonderful question. I cannot think of a better question right now. So the question is kind of like, what is the difference between exactly, that's great. So the question is, what's the difference between tonality and the difference between emotions? Because a lot of students that are very triggered do not actually have emotions. And you're like, well, that's impossible. Everyone has emotions, John. No, emotions are like, to explain it in a way that you guys will understand. Some of you guys in the chat does not feel emotions. I know all of you here, except for Get Skills. Actually, I might know who it is if it's somebody else. But for everybody else, right now, some of you are triggered. So you actually don't feel emotions. You have feelings. So let's break this down. What's the difference between emotions and feelings? Well, if you get triggered, right? Because of low self-esteem, you don't get things done. You have high ego, low self-esteem because of sociopathic narcissism, Machiavellian manipulation. You're gonna get triggered. That's almost like putting your hand on the stove. If you put your hand on the stove, it'll burn. And then you have a reaction to it. Just like when you get triggered, you have a reaction to getting triggered whenever you get offended because of low self-esteem, like the far left. So in a way, that is not an identifiable positive emotion. Does that make sense? It's not technically an emotion. It's a feeling. Feelings are very non-identifiable because feelings are very negative. For example, I have a black student from London, okay? He does not have emotions. And he has something called alexithymia. Alexithymia means emotional blindness. I got triggered with cortisol. Should I use muscle? Okay, that's another black pill question. We'll talk about it because you're a white day gamer. And I'm going to roast white day gamers really hard. So, WSP, I'm not sure. But, or you mean like, what's up? Exactly. Hey, what's up, Gillard? So basically, as I'm saying, feelings is when you're triggered, right? So for the Mr. D, when you get triggered, it's because of low self-esteem and high ego, not getting things done. Does that make sense? So it's more sensitive when you have lower self-esteem. So for me personally, I don't get triggered. I do get mad at the students when they don't do things, but I don't get triggered anymore. Back then, when I only have like 300 laid in poll testimonials, because I had a massive fucking ego, right? And I was like, haha, I'm better than all of you. Johnny Elite's the best. Fuck you all, right? Let me urinate all over the whole industry. That's how I was like before. I had high ego, but it lowered my self-esteem. I was like, haha, you're so stupid, all of you. You can't even get fucking late testimonials like I can, month after month, year after year. You guys are all stupid. That's how I was like. I was egotistical, and I was not as emotional back then until I went through mental trauma cure. But the feelings are really negative emotions on the emotional balance scale. So, for example, depression is a bad feeling. Fear is a bad feeling, right? And also getting triggered is a bad feeling. Getting gloomy is a bad feeling. These are not identifiable emotions. These are negative emotions. And those people that feel more of the triggerness needs to start working on the other side. So to answer Mr. D's question, what is, or somebody else here, what is emotions versus tonality? We'll get to that. Emotions is like happy, sad, surprised, empathy. And whenever I tell the people that are sociopathic who only has triggered feelings, they're like, what is empathy? Is it like sympathy? Like I sympathize with a homeless person, right? But the person is sympathy is not empathy. Sympathy means you feel bad for them. Anyone, even psychos, can feel bad for homeless people. So empathy means you can actually put yourself in their shoes, know what they're feeling, know what they're thinking, and how tough their life is. And when you think about it, it's really sad because they've been cut off from the world because they didn't pay for their rent and they're kicked out and they're stuck, or maybe they have drug problems. See, when you empathize with them, it absorbs tension. When I was angry at them, I'll be like saying, you know what? That's fucked up, you know? Somebody should at least try to help you. Sympathy is like, I feel bad for you. Empathy is like, I get what you're going through, right? What can I do to help? Can I start a GoFundMe page? You must be hungry. Does that make sense? So sympathy and empathy are very different. For my students, I will make them go through empathy exercises, and I should not give away the secret sauce. But I have some Chinese students who have no emotions. They are super triggered. You know, the sociopathic goddamn Chinese, right? Especially in Vancouver, right? So those guys have no fucking empathy. They have nothing but triggered feelings. And they're gaslighters. They are sadistic people. But emotions are a good thing. Even the feeling of remorse. Whenever I ask students, they're like, oh, what's remorse, John? What's guilt? I feel guilt if I do something bad. They don't even know because they never felt it before. So, hey, John, what are your favorite openers? There's only one opener, the hybrid opener. We'll get into that. There is no like openers. There's only one opener. Does that make sense? There never was a second opener because only one of them gets me 665 laden poll testimonials. But so now we established emotions and feelings are two different things, right? And feelings are really, really bad because they can get triggered. Emotions are like 21 flavors of ice cream. Okay? Does that make sense? So you always want to have more emotions, but some students don't have it. So what does the tonality have to do with emotions then? Okay? Let's answer that question. So it's like a vibe. In order to create a vibe, the vibe is the facial expressions, the body language, right? And the congruency. So if I'm angry, I'm looking like the eyebrows go down like this, right? So, and the mouth goes like this, and then the fist goes like this. Now I look like a character, like a Pixar character. Right? I'm angry. Because of that, I hold it long enough, my state of mind would change, my voice would change. So the vibe becomes different. So, I think that you should study some homeless people and see what they go through, right? Watch some documentaries and stuff. And this is what my students do, okay? I'll teach you in a homework assignment. To get more empathy, they'll watch emotional people react to TV shows that are emotional. And then one Chinese student was like, why are these people so triggered all the time? They're almost putting themselves in the shoes of the other people at the actors and stuff. I say, hey, dude, Mr. Chinese dude, that's empathy. He's like, that's empathy? That's empathy. And it's like, whoa, they're so triggered. They're like literally always reacting us like, dude, you may have zero emotions for other people, like no emotional intelligence, you're triggered. But what if I told you most people are like 85% more emotions than you? They're like, well, really? People live in emotional storms. Most people. And it's worse when you're in a feeling storm, triggered. So in order to get the vibe, right, is your thoughts, feelings, and also your belief system. So if you're black pill, your vibe is fucked, or red pill. So your facial expressions plus your tonality will give a vibe. Does that make sense? Because people don't understand emotions. When I had this course called Elite 60, Emotional Intelligence, most of the pickup artists are like, what the hell is emotional intelligence? What's emotions? So your body language plus your tonality, because body language and facial expressions is 55% of the communication. 38% is your tonality. That creates your vibe. In the words of 7%, that creates your vibe or energy that you're projecting. Does that make sense? So I only talk about tonality because that's the only reference that I can make that you guys understand. I hope that answers the question. Okay? So I'll answer Gillard's question. I think it's a good question. So, but the thing is that you have to be aware of what frequency. It's not like high vibrational energy. You have to be careful what frequency you're putting out there. And if the inflation is affecting you, like, sorry, no one's getting at you. If the inflation is affecting you physiologically, then what's going to happen is it's going to affect your vibe, your energy, your interpretation, your hormones will affect your energy. I hope that makes sense. So why does it matter? It does matter because think about it this way. It matters a lot because you're Latino, right? So a lot of Latinos, they have this big, massive frown because they have alexithymia. The bigger the frown, the bigger the crime. Most migrants in the mugshots. So when they have this, they cannot feel any emotions. But on the inside, even though they cannot feel it or identify it, they're sounding very depressed when they're talking to women. Everyone can feel it because other people have emotions. That's why it matters. That's why elite tonality mastery hides the Latino fuck behavior, lack of emotions. Does that make sense? So tonality hides the autism. Exactly. When the autism is hidden, then Daygame becomes easier because you're not minus 2.5 points now. You're plus 2.5. That's a 5-point difference. That's why most people, even if they're black pilled and they have surgery, they're 8 out of 10 and they're white. That's like 18 points. But because they have no game, no social skills, social calibrations, emotional controls minus 2.5 points, it becomes like 15.5 points. They don't get anywhere close to the line of fuckability. Does that make sense? So therefore, emotions are important to hide. Just like the facial expressions, body language, Elite 30 is important, right? Obviously. But you gotta make sure you mix it with the elite tonality mastery. Together, it changes your vibe, your energy. And when you're happy, with a happy, fun, carefree, positive vibe, with identifiable emotions, like for example, if you're like flirting, right? The women knows that you are flirting. And then whenever you're surprised or very happy, right? Women knows that you're doing that. You guys switch your emotions. Whenever like you're starting to become more empathetic and you're talking a little bit lower and slower because you're just curious about her. See, it has to be congruent. So that's what emotions is. So I think overall, the reason why I don't have more followers, because the things I'm saying are so real, no one wants to hear it. Imagine all of this day game industry is all a scam. Not my stuff, but their stuff. Their boot camps, everything. It's just basically dark triad personality or dark tetrad personality sociopaths, marketers pretending to be dating coaches, standing next to women, and then they take the pictures in their Facebook coaches. It's all about how to fill the boot camps because sheeps are sociopathic sheeps have to worship. And when they worship because they are, you know, I don't want people to worship me. And therefore, whatever I say offends people. Look at ABCs of Attraction or Queefing, Cancel, Casanova. They always go towards the halo effect for the sheeps. That's why I have less viewers. The things I say are so offensive to people that it pisses on their narcissistic personality disorder. It's not easy to hear, but some of you that gets it, When it clicks, you're enlightened. You're enlightened day gamers. The other people are sheeps. They're not awakened yet. So that's why the people here, the ones who keeps getting laid, I'm attracting the people that are like, you know, they're logical, but they're awake. They get what I'm saying. I'll answer your question about the opener, right? Before we get back into talking about why white day gamers suck this year, okay? Compared to minorities. They're gonna get their fucking asses kicked by minorities. So, yeah, I hope that answers your question about empathy, what you can do. Start watching videos about it, watching documentaries, and try to put yourself in their shoes. And Mr. D, right? You should listen to your infields and ask yourself, if you were a woman, right? Will you actually, how would you feel if this is the infield of the other person? You probably feel very distracted or very disgusted or very turned off. You got to put yourself in their shoes physically, right? Other things you can do is just, yeah, to really understand them. So empathy is real time. It's really hard to do. So I finally given up on Americans for Canada. I could have gotten into Harvard. Are you sure you could have gotten into Harvard? You can't even focus very well. So, all right. Let's continue the topic a little bit, but I'll get back to the opener, okay? So when you're in survival mode, your voice changes. Last year, it was high interest rates and inflation. Everyone felt the pressure and it showed it in their voice. This year, it's a tariff and the recession fears. So last year, it was like 6.1% high interest rates and people were banchoding. They're losing their fucking minds. Does that make sense? But this year, however, it was different. Because every single time Donald Trump, whenever he talks with people, they're like saying, he's like, tacos, you know? I don't know why they're saying that. It's like tacos. Trump is gonna chicken out, right? So, tacos. That's not true, because when I'm negotiating for better terms, that's why I cannot talk to everybody, because that's the problem with the tariffs. My psychic prediction is that tariff is going to make the United States super rich. I was right about Israel going to Iran and bombing their nuclear facilities. I'm also going to be right about predicting that the U.S. is going to give them bunker-busting bombs. They're also going to go underground too for some of the soldiers to sabotage. I know, I'm psychic. All my predictions are right except for the Canadian elections. Every single one has been 97%, 98% correct. So, as I was saying, okay, this year, the tariff and recession, people are very afraid. They're going to think, well, there's already one quarter going down. Next year, they're going to lose like more money and then they can't afford anything. So rather than invest in elite tonality mastery, internally, they're going to be like, oh no, like, shit, might as well save the money, right? You should invest. You should invest because that's the only way you can make changes in your life and get laid. If you do exactly everything I say. So emotions is more like a mood or feeling. No. See, you don't have emotions, BC. I know that. Because you have the same Latino expression. So you don't know what emotions feel like. Because you never experienced emotions before. You have something called alexithymia. Emotional blindness. And I can feel the emotions. I went through mental trauma here. I can feel all the emotions now. Before I couldn't. I thought I had alexithymia a little bit. But now I feel it all. It's like, but emotions can be like stopping you. For example, you might feel like gloominess and stuff. Jewish people feel that because I have Jewish students. Because of the Holocaust and PTSD, they're always anxious. They're always moody, right? Like borderline personality disorder. Most of the Jewish students are like that, or half Jewish. They're gloomy as hell. They're triggered, but they don't actually have emotions. They have lots of feelings. You might be thinking feelings are the same as those emotions. It's two different things. Okay? So, all right, let's continue. You're always on the edge and it leaks out every time you speak, like, you know what's great about that? And you breathe out. So, excuse me real quick, I have a question. So, Gillard's question is, what openers do I use? I only use one opener. So, Gillard, here's how it goes, okay? I say, excuse me real quick, I have a question. I was looking for a place called Zara. Do you know where I can find it? So why is that important? is not going to say I have a boyfriend. And you can replace Zara with anything. You let her yap. Just keep fucking nodding. And as soon as she's done, that very microsecond, you say, oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you. And then she's like, what? If she says what, she cannot walk away, get it? Then you can change the topic. Now it's not about indirect. It's redirecting the line of fire. It's like a weapon disarming. Okay? So right now, I don't have a firearm with me to demonstrate. I can grab one, but I'm not sure how clean it is, because a bunch of fucking sewer rats walked around this area. But in Krav Maga, when I was learning Israeli Krav Maga, Gillard, I'm not sure if you're actually Jewish, but when you were doing the weapon disarming, right? First, you have to grab the gun upwards like this, so they don't see it. Grab it, make a fist, and you point it the other way, so if it shoots, it's the same thing as indirect. When you push it downwards to the hip and put this hand up here, you're controlling the weapon. You get it? That becomes a transition. This is a transition going down. And then after you say, oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you. Transition. I just noticed that you are X plus Y. Are you Z? So you want to pick two things, Gillard. So what do you notice about her? She's red hair. I've noticed you have red hair and lots of freckles. Are you Irish by any chance? So you can talk about her ethnicity, her hobbies, or you can talk about her occupation. So you have yoga pants and a yoga mat with you. Are you a yoga instructor? It could be anything, because you want to make it look natural. You get it? You're still holding down this thing. And that's how you do it with the X plus Y, Z. Z is occupation. It is occupation, hobbies, and ethnicity. And then you got to strike the attacker as you're holding down the gun. Got to strike. So that way they cannot grab the gun. And that's called the statements of empathy. You got to strike the thing that is the immediate threat. So you guys say, I know this is very random that we're talking. Because let's say you're Latino, right, Gillard? You're not Latino, but then she's going to freak the fuck out. Because she thinks you're a migrant. I know this is very random. Let's say I was a Latino guy. But I was born here and people don't talk to each other anymore. So that's why I teach my 21-year-old student. You have these statements of empathy, and then you got to disarm, right? You got to put underneath the hammer, twist the gun out of the finger, and pull it backwards. And when you disarm it, you're disarming her fear. So all the openers are all free-flowing. So if you're in a supermarket, Gillard, excuse me real quick, I have a question. I was looking for the vegetable section. Do you know where I can find it? Just over there. Oh, by the way, I just noticed something about you. What? I just noticed that you have curly hair and you have olive skin. Are you a Latina? Oh, yeah, I'm actually from Mexico, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Hey, I know this is random talking to each other, but, you know, I'm in a good mood today. And let's push our carts together and have a conversation. I promise I'll leave very soon. You're calling out the elephant in the room. What's the back of her mind? Why is he talking to me? This guy is like Asian, right? So you're just saying you're having a good day and that you can walk with her and you'll leave eventually. And it's like, okay. So it's all about a weapon disarming, like the Krav Maga. I speak in my Israeli accent, which means contact combat. Actually, when you look at it, my pants over here actually does say Krav Maga. I'll show you. I'm not bullshitting. You can see it. See? Krav Maga. So I still wear this occasionally for my pants. But yeah, it does say Krav Maga. That symbol means contact fighting in Hebrew. So yeah. So you know what women hears, right? That poverty sigh, where you breathe out at the end of your sentences like you're just tired of life. They hear the pauses and the hesitation and monotone. So when you start speaking more monotoned, then women will start to get turned off because that is a trait of Asperger's. It sounds like you're a robot. You get it? So some of you are like, hey, I'm just going to speak monotoned and that's how I talk like. And the more you talk like this, the more you turn off white women, because white people, they kind of all talk like this, right? They're all like white people. You cannot believe it, but they all have this kind of tonality because white people have to talk like that. That's just how white people talks. Make sense? So your brain is split. Your left brain is overthinking and your right brain has checked out. So you're paused all the time because of the corpus callosum issues. And you're sitting there thinking, what's wrong with this guy's brain, right? Because you're stressed out and you sound monotone and you have lots of pauses in between your speech. And you don't sound whitewashed or emotionally stable. You sound like someone who's been losing for a long time. For example, if you've gone through a lot of setbacks, your voice is going to sound very depressed and breathe out at the end of the sentence. So if you ever heard yourself on a recording and you cringe, right? And you think, is that even my voice? Say I, right? In your mind, or you can write it in the comments that you've been through this. So basically, here's the brutal truth. If you don't fix this for elite tonality mastery, your foot is not going to be in the door. You're like, what do you mean, John? Your foot in the door? That's a weird thing to say. No, it's not weird. The door is slammed shut in your face for Daygame. That is women's legs. They're just shutting it down. They're closing it in front of you. So you can, before you even try your game tactics, women already shut you out because your foot's not in the door. So if you master elite tonality mastery and you sound calm, you sound confident and in control, and now you got your foot in the door. But your foot in the door doesn't mean that your dick is in her vagina, right? You're in a conversation. You're lasting longer. You're actually in the game. But that's just step one. To walk through the door, you need the arrow science. You need to know how to maneuver, how to sexualize it to the maximum, and how to only deal with the sexual objection or many sexual objections. That's why most people get stuck with the romantic flirts. They need to use alcohol in the bedroom to deal with the objections, or else they'll play a huge numbers game and they won't get her back home. They'll get very close. And then she'll give her, like, you guys, objections. And you're wondering, like, what the hell happened? And that's going to really piss you off. So you need to use social skills, social calibrations, and emotional control for the body of the arrow on top of your tonality, just to get your foot in the door. The best students this year, they're not just selling for a number. They're not just happy with a date. They're closing same-day lays, day twos. Result? Why? Because they're calibrated. They're mixing elite tonality with the arrow science, including the feather. You need the whitewash fashion, and you also need to have a V-shaped body to make the thing fly better. So to answer Mr. D's question, okay, why is there only 13 people here? We're talking about using a muscle suit. Muscle suits don't matter because your looks are above an 8 out of 10. You're probably closer to 8.5 or something. So you don't actually need more muscle suits. You need to learn how to not be monotoned, and you need to learn how to relax in your speech and how to hard reset everything like your homework assignment. So you make sure that gets done, okay? So that's how you're gonna reset it. You can see even other white pickup artists in Vancouver or others, they're all getting fucking demolished. And the reason why they're getting demolished is because they are not enough. They have tonality issues, okay? So you gotta mix elite tonality with the arrow science. Everything is supercharged. Picture it like this, okay? Okay, I don't know why my nose is so itchy. I just use like some kind of like thing to get rid of nose hairs, but it's not helping. But anyways, the tip of the arrow is maneuver, sexualize, and objections looping. It's like a triangle. The body of the arrow is your social skills, social calibrations, emotional control. We all know that. But if you're minus in emotions, the arrow body is shorter, right? It's a shorter arrow. And if you're out of shape or broke, or you dress like shit, like a banchoed Indian, then the feather on the back of the arrow is all messed up or very thin. Your aim is shaky because your inner game is off because of the tariff and inflation. You will never hit the fucking target. And you say I if you get this with what I'm saying, because say in your head if you have to. Say I. arrow science, because here is the reality. When you're in survival mode, your emotions are shot. Your arrow is short. Your feather is frayed, and you're losing points on looks too. But you can't fly straight for the arrow to penetrate because you can't aim because of the inflation and tariff. Okay? So, what's the strategy? We'll get to that next. But right now, I want you to see the problem for what it is. If you're stuck and you're broke, if your tonality is off, your emotions are out of control, you're not even in the game and the door is closed. If you understand what I'm saying, raise your hand and say I in your mind. So strategically, right? Any other questions so far? Okay. I. Excellent. Do you agree that you say does what you say doesn't matter as much as the energy in your that you bring? It has nothing to do with what you're saying. It feels like you're not really, like, you don't know my system too well. I would suggest, Gillard, to look through my webinar, because in my webinar I go over all these things. Okay? You're kind of brainwashed by white dating coaches, so you have this preconceived notion of what's right and wrong. So if you guys want to know what the webinar is, and it's free, it doesn't cost you any money. You get like a free mindset playlist that my other students go through. I'll put a link over here. Okay? So here's the webinar. So, there it is. You can just bookmark it for later. But that's the webinar. You should watch that, Gillard. No, it's not what you're saying, Gillard, because looks is out of 10, money out of 5, status out of 10. Social skills is very important. It's like a social skills flow drill. It's like a triangle, okay? For this triangle, it gets her talking more. And the more she talks, the more she likes you, trusts you, and be willing to go home with you. This specific triangle is the opposite of Charisma King and other white dating coaches that are RSD. They'll make a statement, they get a short 3-word answer, they'll ask a question, they get a 3-word answer, another statement, 3-word answer, question, 3-word answer. That's not going to inspire her to talk more, so they don't like him, trust him, and willing to go home with him. That's why they have 0 late testimonials. Does that make sense? 0. And because of that, it's 100% free, yes. And you get a 15-minute consultation with me. I can diagnose what your biggest issues are. It won't cost you anything. It's not like you have to pay like a little bit. No, it's you get a presentation for about less than an hour, but it's really cool. It's the fastest way I can implant all these ideas into your brain. And yeah, that's the fastest way I can do it. You put your real phone number in there, I can always text you on WhatsApp and give you the mindset playlist. Anyways, let's continue. So the social skills flow drill is what funnels them to your 45-degree body language. It's not like squaring off. Does that make sense? So if you're squaring off, you're putting pressure on her. It's like too much cortisol. That's why it's good to stand in that 45-degree diagonal angle, okay? So 45 degrees. And from there, the tonality has to be whitewashed. So it's not like how you say it or whatever, because most people are always monotone, trying to sound like James Bond. Most of the pickup artists, they'll be like, hey, I'm trying to sound narcissistic and confident, and it's all flat tonality because I'm trying to play it cool like James Bond, right? That's how they all that's not gonna work with white girls. Make sense? So all these things are 7.5 points. 2.5 points for social skills flow drill, 2.5 points for emotional control, but it can be minus 2.5 because of the, sighing at the end of the sentence. When you start talking, and then you get them to your body language, which gradually builds the attraction, but that takes training to do. So you got 7.5 points. So it's not about the energy or any of that stuff. It's about being whitewashed when you're talking, and women can pick up on that. So you don't become in the minority tribe. You're actually in the in tribe because you're whitewashed sounding. So this is how my Asian students are able to have sex with white women, because they speak in a whitewashed tonality. Does that make sense, Gillard? And then game is just maneuver, sexualized objections, looping. That's 2.5 points. Once you have 20 out of the 35 points, you automatically get laid, right? Where are you from originally, Gillard? Your name is very like, I'm not sure if you're Spanish or you're is like you're from Israel. So you have a very Jewish name. So strategically, all the students follow the same solutions this year to get laid. So if you don't have elite tonality mastery and you don't go through at least 6 times in a row, and some of you here have done that, you're going to get stuck because you're going to forget, because the inflation will wipe out every one of your memory. It doesn't matter what boot camps you take. It doesn't matter if you're white, you're tall, or you're good looking. There is no other way out. This is proven to work. 665 laid in po testimonials. Your tonality will still be bad, and you will still be showing the cortisol effects in your voice unless you fix it right away. Even if you do fix your tonality and finally get your foot in the door, like I said, that's just the first step. That means only my students are going to get their foot in the door. They're the only ones who are going to be able to talk with women and not get rejected outright. So for example, one of you here has been on 8 dates so far for a white student. While you're not getting that lay yet, you still need to get over the white plausibility bad advice. Exactly. I think you get it now. So that means you're enlightened. Because some people, I tell it to them in one ear and out the other. They're like, oh, I don't get it. Like, drills. What's that? Brother, what's that, brother? They have no idea. It was like, it just doesn't make sense. Drills is like the army, like Krav Maga or IDF. You see how powerful the IDF is. They're drilling things down right away. They learn very quickly. They drill very fast. They're very innovative. So unless you're maneuvering her, moving her around and going for insta-dates and trying to pull her back home, you cannot apply maneuver, sexualize, and objections looping. If you don't do that, you're not going to open her legs, right? You can put your foot in the door with a tonality, but you won't open her legs. You just be lucky to get a date or insta-date, or you might end up outside of her place or your place and it'll go nowhere. You just frustrate yourself wondering why you never get her back home. You also need to take some supplements like ashwagandha to reduce your cortisol. There are supplements for adrenaline too, which is another thing that may be making you run away or freeze up. I have some Indian students that are very afraid and they run away. So they will run away from the approach because of the fight, flight, and freeze response. Once the adrenaline hits, they'll bench hold and run away. So I'll show you the system 20 out of 30 you have to a guy I know who's been in seduction for 6 years, and he told me that he thinks it's missing intellectual value, instinctual value. What do you think about that? Well, tell him 665 laid in po testimonials. Tell him what you think about that. Johnny Elite has the most students laid in the whole industry. What does he think about that? Is he going to call it fake? Why do you need like instinctual? Of course there's instinctual value because this guy's stupid. Instinctively, if she talks and gives you attitude, you tease. So that's instinctual. If she talks more, you flirt. But you have to be observant and not a zombie. And aeroscience can be adapted and there's no lines. So if he's saying there's no instinctual value, I first of all, tell him to go fuck himself. Second of all, I don't care what he thinks, because Gillard, 665 laid in po testimonials. You get tall self-proclaimed high lay count white coaches. They only have like maybe 12 lay testimonials for Daygame in total for the whole fucking career. Then you have ABCs of attraction only has like 1 within the whole fucking inflation. You have Charisma King with 0. You have James Tuss with 3. You have Natural Lifestyles with 3. You have Ross Jeffries with 0. Mystery with 0 for Daygame. What can they really say about instinctual value? They don't even understand my game. And my students are getting women that are 9 out of 10 and even higher. So unless he's just banging a bunch of 4 out of 10s. Okay, meat is expensive and trying to pay off some debt, right? Do I need to meat, or is it whey protein enough? Well, if you get like Soylent or something, if you're Canadian, in the morning you're gonna feel less hungry and you're gonna start to, get all your nutrition. So once in a while, during 3 to 6 p.m., you want to eat something, right? But if you only eat meat and you don't supplement with Soylent, right? For $50, I'm not sure if you can buy it anymore. I tried to find it on Amazon. I just cannot find it. It's like it's taken away completely. So I really cannot find it. Where the fuck are you guys? I don't see enough people here. Okay, I'm gonna send this. I have 3% battery left. So I hope that makes sense, right? The window period from 3 to 6 is eating as much as you can. It doesn't matter what you eat, right? So if I were you, I would just eat nothing but eggs and learn how to cook like a million version. If you cannot afford Soylent, eat as much eggs as you can. Use your whey protein in the morning and your supplements. Create your own Soylent. You're right. I've never seen such a complex type of game before. It's not complex. It's something that's transferable. So it's scientific. It's not technical. There is no lines in my game. That means you see the hybrid opener. It adapts, right? Social skills flow drill adapt to the situation. It's basically what real naturals are doing. So when he criticized me, I know a lot of real naturals that have mentored me. I know 12 naturals that have mentored me. They all do the same thing. All naturals have perfect body language. They're all very calm. They all have perfect social skills, and they always maneuver sexualized objections looping, like most of them. If that's the case, and they're also very congruent for their facial expressions. It's not complex. It's just called the naturals, because most of the pickup artists, they have social impairment. Because they're zombies, they're autistic, they're sociopathic. They don't understand these social skill things or emotional control. They have feelings, not emotions. Does that make sense, Gillard? So there's a big disconnect. Whenever I tell them something that the naturals do, they always think I'm crazy. And all the naturals are like, John, you have decoded what the naturals do. And they're very happy about it. It's almost like zombie versus superhuman. They don't understand. If they're more like neurotypical, like normal, and they have facial expressions, they're expressive, they're congruent, they have 45 degrees, they have social skills, flow drill, they'll dominate Daygame. It's just a lot of people become like lazy, half-assing, mass-approaching zombies with direct game, and they're talking super fast. Everything's off. Everything's miscalibrated, and the whole Daygame industry is like that because the coaches are narcissistic sociopaths. They're only after the money, and boot camps make the most money. So if they can sell like 5 boot camps that month, then they're like 5,000 and 10,000 each. That's $50,000. Even if it's $5,000, that's like five, like, okay, 5, 10, that's $25,000 right there. Does that make sense? And sometimes it's in between, it's like 8,600. So for them, it's all about how to sell boot camps. The whole Daygame industry is a scam. I'm teaching some real stuff from the naturals. Nobody understands me. They don't understand anything about what I teach. And then when you finally get enlightened, when Johnny Elite speaks, right? And then it's like, dude, this guy's talking some real shit. I never heard this before. What you never heard before is the secret sauce that all the other dating coaches doesn't understand. And some people might think, well, hey, John, why don't every other coach just copy you? They can get their own testimonials, but they cannot think properly because they're delusional. They're completely delusional. They have opinions as facts, a sociopath. That's how their brain thinks. They're win at all costs. They just cannot think this stuff because they're also Asperger's. They have social impairment, and they're former engineers as their occupation. So you're right. Yeah, exactly. So basically, as I was saying, the aeroscience is not something that you just pick up from a video or ebook. It requires having me look over your homework assignments, your drills, like the Israeli army, checking your fashion to make sure it's right, and making sure you actually apply the system. You also need to learn how to budget. That's what Mr. D talked about with the 5 buckets concept to afford coaching and keep your life on track. Split your money. 20% of it goes into emergency buckets. Whenever I teach this to poor people, they just look at me like I'm crazy. They're like, I don't get it. It's like they're designed to be poor because their family is poor. So they just continue the poorness. All right, so there should be more people here. I don't know where the fuck are they. Let me look on Facebook. Like, what the fuck? Maybe I'll just change what I said so I don't offend people. Instead of saying, where the fuck are you? Where are you? Join the 5-day challenge. Day 2, right? New topics. Why white people minority students are feeding them. All right. If I cannot get through to them, then I'm just going to keep talking. So that's okay. But yeah, I think, let's see here. Thank you, John. You're not a liar. Exactly. So, all right, let's continue. So 20% is the emergency bucket. That means, let's say you had like a paycheck and you made like $4,000 or something. Who knows, right? Whatever you made that month. And 20% of that goes into the emergency bucket. Trust me, I always see black people or black students, always the car breaks down the last minute, they're fucked. Or maybe that they get like a ticket or something, like another white student, because their bus pass or something. It's always like an emergency bucket. If there's no emergency bucket, you're fucked, right? I really hope that people join you on the 5. I really hope so too. So, because, you know, it's really important that they join. Maybe I should make the front of it day 2, right? Let me try to, it could be the title. It could be offending people. Let me see if I can change it. Day 2. Day 2. Yeah, that could be the problem. Okay. All right. At least some of the normal people that may not be watching it can at least see this one. All right. So Marco had a girl in a car the other night. Did it go anywhere? Did you pick? No, it doesn't count as a poll or anything like that. Marco is not going to get laid this year because he's lazy, and I'm sure you can relate. And he's forgetful. So he probably forgets everything. That's why Marco has to go through everything 6 times, right? For elite tonality mastery. He's not going to get laid. You know, he's just going to, if he does get laid, I don't think so. He's just going to, Marco keeps making excuses. He makes excuses. He shifts the blame to me. And then he like gives himself a pat on the back. Hey, at least I done this, right? And then later on you call him out. He forgets. It's all about forgetfulness, cortisol. Marco's fucked. Marco's not the same Marco as last year. So we can just like let him, just let Marco like, you know, have his previous victories, right? Marco's fucked. Marco's fucked. So don't worry about him. It's unfortunate. Just like I kick out the other Indian guy that you saw. He's fucked too. Because of cortisol. They're mentally fucked. Their tonality sounds very depressed at the end of the sentence. They're gone. So if anyone that's slow, procrastinators, and always make excuse and run away from assignments, it's game over. Any excuse is game over. I have found that the students who all got late are fast implementers. Speed of implementation, Mr. M. And the ones who are slow, that makes excuses, none of them will get late. They're sociopaths. It's game over. The inflation is not going to be kind, or the tariff is not going to be kind to them. Their minds are going to be affected by the money because they're in survival mode. They're like food, water, shelter, procreation, temperature control, toilet. It's all affected. It's game over. Fuck them. So I can only save those who are speed of implementation. So Mr. D, right? You want to increase your speed of implementation, not be like them. So 20% goes in emergency bucket. You have to. You got to force yourself. I had a black student that just cannot stop being broke for like a couple of times in a row. 20% in self-education bucket, because people are ADHD, like self-education. I don't want to learn any new skills to make more money. You fucking have to. Because you can either save your money, inflation will take it from the bank because it's worth less, or you can spend it and then put yourself in debt. Only by learning new shit can you fix it. Does that make sense? Wait, why am I not wearing a watch? I'll wear this one. Yeah, I just realized I was not wearing a watch. I just felt like it just felt off. All right. So 20% is into self-education bucket. So you can keep investing in skills and earn more. 20% is into investments. So for example, I have like a bunch of tools for investments for my business. It improves things. So I always think in terms of investments, it's something that can save you time and save you money and bring more money into the door. So that's an investment, okay? You guys got to think about what's the investment. It's not Bitcoin or Bitfuck. There's many things that could be potentially investments. Whatever saves you time, like Elite Bundle Resurrections, is a really good thing. Because let's see how I shorten the title. Why minorities beats, we'll short it, beats white day gamers 2025. Maybe that's shorter, easier to digest. Maybe I should put like a tag. John Elite Daygame. Yeah, I'm not a marketer. I'm just trying my best, right? I'm a coach and I get students laid. So that's what I do. All right, let's continue. We have a lot to cover. So 20% into investments, right? Mr. D, pay attention, right? You got to start thinking about, I'll improve my speed implementation. Exactly. You still got to finish the mental stuff, right? Mental trauma related stuff. Maybe you should try to do it in between listening to me. You don't want to be late tonight because you'll be banned for like 2 weeks. And 20% is into, okay, emergency bucket, self-education, investments, paying the bills, and play money is the last one. You spend too much on play money, right? Alcohol and shit. So don't do that, because whenever you guys get depressed, right? The broke people. Have you never noticed that a lot of people are broke, right? So it's usually not good mindsets. It's ADHD. If you're broke, you're ADHD. So 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. So most black people, they put like 80% play money, 20% bills, get into debt, and then the rest, there's no self-education, nothing like that. Hope that makes sense. So, okay, maybe I think changing the song would be good. Music. Maybe the music's turning people off. Is there any music? Yeah. Let's play the Golden Nugget song. I like that one. Right? So people used to like that one. Sounds like Taylor Swift or something. All right. So, but they spend all their money on play money, ignoring self-education and investments just to save, pay bills, and play. And then they're broke again because they're ADHD and impulsive. You got to get rid of your depression. So you need the right supplements to reduce depression. And these are things I tell my students. You need things to improve your mood. So Mr. M, right? Can you please check on the thread right now? I listed 3 supplements for you to buy, right? Can you grab them right now on Amazon? One of them is for depression. The other one's for focus. And then the other one is for cortisol. Okay? Can grab it right now. So music sounds great. Thank you. So beer is pesky little devil. Yeah, it really sucks because the more depressed you get, the more you have to get something to be an antidepressant. But if you actually can afford antidepressants, Mr. D, right? You're going to be able to stop drinking, because that way the drinking is a vice for every single time you feel depressed. And you feel depressed because of ADHD traits, and you didn't finish all the other stuff. So yes, sir. Exactly. Just grab it. Don't think about it. Do you need more supplements than 3 of them? I can give you one supplement for adrenaline in case you get into the fight, flight, and freeze mode, right? Do you want another one for that, or it doesn't matter? These 3 cover most of the issues. The other 4 is just overkill. But these 3 supplements, you'll notice a big thing in your life, because sometimes you're always busy. Like, oh, I gotta get back to work, right? You're always running away from things because your RAM, right, Mr. M? Your RAM for your computer, right? It's like, I say Latinos in general have like a Pentium 1 computer. Marco, yes, you can see, he cannot do multiple steps. He's always stuck with one step in one track mind. But however, it's almost like the RAM is also very low. their random access memory on their computer can be overfilled. So if you're doing 2 jobs right now, right, it's going to be completely occupied. So that's why you need to learn time management too. On top of that's your next thing I'm going to teach you, how to manage your time with a system. If you don't manage your time and put the right priorities, and you put day game or learning this stuff last, you're not going to make progress. You saw Mr. A, right? The Gen Z Latino in our group. He's the guy who got laid, the 21-year-old. And for him, what was different was that he put the day game first. And you can see he's in school. He has multiple exams, but he still put day game first, and he got laid and he got a hand job. So I hope that makes sense. All right, let's continue. So you also need to improve your mood because your tonality gives it away. The sigh at the end of the sentence, the poverty sigh, is really annoying to women. Nothing pisses a woman off in a conversation you have with her for 5 minutes, and every exchange is just, hey, you know what's great about that? You know, I sound very deep. They're gonna be so fucking bored. At the end, she's gonna think, "Oh, you're a good-looking guy," and then at the end, she's gonna look at you like she's gonna look like a witch and all confused. That's what she's gonna look like. Like, why is this guy all weird? And when you text her, she's like, "I don't feel like coming out on a date." She remembers. So that's poverty side. These things could be fixed with supplementation and by having focus for your ADHD. Otherwise, you won't have self-esteem. And without self-esteem, you can't deposit into your emotional bank account. So Mr. D, right? Have you ever noticed whenever you don't finish a task, right? Same with Mr. M. Both of you. It's almost like you're withdrawing for your emotional bank account. So therefore, you need to spend more money or get more distracted. So are you in the plus or are you in the minus? So Mr. D, I was showing you how many things I can get done in one day. I finished populating your mindset playlist, right? With all the things I want you to change, to use red letters to call yourself out. You saw how fast I did everything, right? I did it in 30 minutes. I didn't have time for it, and it will affect my mood, but I've done it. And I've done like so many things in one day. And I was teaching you something called speed running. It's kind of like bullet chess or blitz. In chess, they go as fast as they can for 3 minutes or something. I don't really watch chess, but I see it on YouTube. They go as fast as they can. You need to have a blitz mentality, like you're speed running your activities. And of course, you'll fuck up, you know? You might dip your hand and touch something that's not clean on the way, or you might mess up something, but it's okay. You just manage the chaos. If you take enough action, momentum, you fail forward and you open up new doors of opportunities. This is how I maintain my self-esteem. This is how I can think clearly. I go fast as humanly possible. I don't want to delay things. It's like, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. That's a loser mentality. How can you win if you're half-assing things? Right? So when you don't do that, you keep withdrawing from it. You start becoming more delusional. Then you start half-assing things. Then you start doing the wrong path, the sociopath. And in 4 months, it's going to blow up in your face like Mr. D. If you keep focusing on mass approaching, I want to bring up something, right? That is a big point. Mr. D, you believe if you make 10,000 approaches, you'll get laid, right? But it did not happen. What happens when you make 20,000? You think, oh, it's going to be another lay there. It's not 10,000, it's 20,000. No, because you're not working on the skill maxing. 20,000 is not going to be a lay. Because if the first 10,000 is not a lay, the second 10,000 is not going to be a lay. You need the skills. So if you think, oh, 100,000, no. If it's the first 20,000 that's not going to be a lay, then the next whatever. So you got to make changes because the wrong path to sociopath. The more you spend out there approaching, it's like you're learning how to do a free throw and you're not working on the mechanics and you're just throwing the ball right at the hoop like boom, lay, a lay. I want to lay, and the thing's just bouncing out of the fucking hoop. Get it? Lay, boom. It's like so outcome dependent. It's like, why is it not a lay? Then you beat yourself up. You should focus on the fucking drills and skills. Forget about that. The less you approach and the more drills you have, the more you change the habits, you're reinforcing bad habits. Make sense? So I'll speed run from transit office right now. Wish me luck. I got away like the flash. That's not the point. The point is you still got to do your homework assignment, right? You still got to reduce your trauma. It's not down to 0% yet for 2 of them. So you got to bring that down. Will you get it done by today or are you going to get banned for 2 fucking weeks? you got to speed run the important things. Okay, so Mr. M, this is what you should do. Because right now you cannot focus unless you listen to me. Whenever I record an audio for you, you can't listen to it 6 times. You run away because ADHD, too much bandwidth. The A tasks are the most important task. So you want to populate, like, write it down somewhere. A task has to be done. They're urgent or they're not urgent, but they're important. And of course, you're not going to put the day game stuff I'm teaching you as A. It should be an A. B is less important, less consequences. And Mr. D is going to put my stuff as C task, which is less important. D means you delegate, and E equals I thought it was important, but it's not, like drinking. Get it? Or being so busy with your job. Your job's always going to be there. You have 2 jobs, but it's always going to be there. It's not just going to disappear overnight. Make sense? So therefore, I told the same thing to the other Latino guy. I said, it's not like your schooling is just going to disappear overnight. So you got to move this stuff up in priority. Okay, we're getting more views now, right? So a little bit more. Not a lot more, but a little bit more. So eventually, because the last video has like 260 something views, which is good. It'll eventually get there. The title matters a lot. All right, let's continue. So as I was saying, in 4 months, it'll completely fail and you will quit. If you do it my way, you'll gain more self-esteem. But if you do it your way, you're going to keep withdrawing from your emotional bank account. So if you lower all those 4 bad traits of low self-esteem, right, then you can actually operate at a high level because self-esteem is everything. I had a worse student, this guy from Africa, right? This fat black guy living in the United States. He says, John, because he's delusional, he's a sociopath. He says, well, how important is self-esteem? Is there anybody that has been successful in life, that have achieved a lot, that had like low self-esteem? Well, maybe far left Democrats. They have not achieved a lot, but they destroy everything around them. Low self-esteem does not equal good results. So if Donald Trump can stop the war there, bunker busters or whatever, and they stop fighting, and then eventually he can negotiate like Ukraine and Russia to stop fighting, and the tariff makes the economy like bring in more money, then Donald Trump's right, because he's far right. So does that make sense? If you have a far left mentality, you can be Machiavellian to get ahead and stab everyone in the back, but then you have migrants everywhere, and then there's going to be nothing but crime. And they're going to crash out like the woke. So, Mr. D, you have more of a leftist brain. Same with Mr. M. But Mr. M's more of a right wing. Like he's a Donald Trump fan. But you think like a left wing. But you have a right wing mentality or a belief system. But you have a left wing hardware. You guys got to be careful because if you're left wing kind of hardware, more sociopathic, more like triggered, and less emotions, more feelings, is going to really get in the way of you accomplishing things. You're always going to be stuck. You got to be logical. You got to follow instructions. You got to be fast. You see how fast Donald Trump is. He's exactly like a high self-esteem kind of person. People say, oh, he's narcissistic. No, he's not. He's very selfless. So that's what I believe. These are just different thinking patterns. So, I mean, look at Trump derangement syndrome. They get triggered. So when you're feeling depressed, the whole negative cycle, finally ends. It's not difficult to understand, right? It really isn't. There's only one way out. As a minority, exactly what does my students do to win, right? We're talking internally. Before we talk about race and dating, we have to get over these concepts first. All these other students who got laid this year, they all followed the process, my process, 20 out of the 35. Even though there weren't as many students getting laid. Why is my nose fucking itchy? Like, what the fuck? The whole day. Don't mind that. It looks really bad. But even though there were like many students getting laid last year or the years before, maybe because of the tariff affecting people's mindset, this is a working solution. I need a bigger army of students. So if you apply these things, this is exactly how you will break through. Without those 2 things, elite tonality mastery and the arrow science, it's almost impossible because your emotions are affected and you're stuck in that negative cycle. So if you get it, say I in your mind, or you can write I. If this is making sense for you, that self-esteem is the only way out, and the only way you get there is by doing the task. There's no other way out. So, hey, John, how can I improve my self-esteem? Well, think about this way, right? If we know Mr. D and also Mr. M, right? They're not going to improve their self-esteem if they don't do an assignment. Whenever you have something that needs to be done, Gillard, and if you don't do it and you say, I'll do it tomorrow, you're going to gaslight your brain. Your brain's going to be like, wait a minute, you say you're going to do it today. If you say you're going to do something today, but you do it tomorrow, your brain will get confused. It's like gaslighting. It starts to get hurt. You punch a hole into the bank, and now there's like, you're leaking and you're withdrawing the self-esteem. You become more delusional. So for me, I have something called a chess timer. Maybe I can find it over here. Let me just grab it right here. Okay. Grab the chess timer. So I don't play chess, right? Right here. So I don't play chess, but I have a chess timer. Okay. This is how I would do it. I got this for like, I don't know, 20 bucks. So on the back, if you turn it off and you turn it back on, then there's a time here of 20 minutes to do a task. The other one's like 5 minutes. I press the beginning of the chess timer. The 19 minutes is going by. So once it reaches 0, it's going to start beeping. The reason why it changes up here for the chess, right, is when you're playing chess, as soon as you make a move, you switch over, the timer goes on the other side. This one's 5 minutes. I try to blitz things for 20 minutes to finish a task. Does that make sense? And most times, if you tried the first time, the first 20 minutes, you might fuck up. So you can always just reset it again and then do another 20 minutes, right? Like this. And then you get it done. But sometimes I also use the 5-minute timer. I try to do things. This is called bullet chess. Like only a few minutes. So blitz versus bullet. The bullet chess, I go like in 5 minutes, I try to get it done. If I don't get it done, I try another 5 minutes. I hope that makes sense. That $20 investment, right? This thing will just go beep. So when this is over, well, hopefully you hear me. Microphone is like away, but does that make sense? That's how you fix things. Grab one of these as a timer. It's like, well, I have an app on my phone, right? I don't need this. I could just use the app, right? No, fuck that. Just go use this instead. This would be much better. So I hope that makes sense and that was helpful. There's nothing you can't accomplish with this because it forces you to be more selective and what to focus on. You don't focus on everything. You only focus on the 20% of the most important thing that's going to give you 80% of the result. So I don't focus on everything. I focus on 20%, not 80, 20. 80% of the focus gives you, no, I focus on 20% that gives you 80% of the results. So yeah, chess clock. It doesn't matter what brand, right? These things are cheap, right? There's a lot of chess content on YouTube these days, right? It's popping up in my feed sometimes. Easy. So you roughly realize that things would take longer than it is, but and also another thing is called the Parkinson's law, right? Yeah, exactly. So can self-esteem be built in the same way as a habit? 21 days. Oh, absolutely it can. Absolutely. If 21 days you finish everything that you're supposed to be doing and you don't say I'll do it tomorrow or half-ass things, you fully do things, right? Just like when I wrote the script, I did not half-ass it. Oh, your self-esteem will go up. So in 21 days, you're going to have more self-esteem in 21 days. So if you set a bunch of goals and you get them all done very quickly. But here's the big secret. If I set it for 19 minutes, right? It's called the Parkinson's law. So this is a good advice for people to really get things done. If I set it for 20 minutes, your mind will be like 20 minutes. I had this assignment, which is 1 week for another student. Okay. He had a bet with me. It takes like 1 week to have a bet. And at the end of it, he has to get it done. If I put like 4 tasks on there, he's going to take 1 week. If I put like 40 tasks, he's going to get 39 done and lose the bet. Does that make sense? Because his mind will change. If you make it so everything has to be done in like 1 day, you're going to get it done in 1 day. Does that make sense? And also, If you have something that's like a 15-minute or 20-minute, then you operate under that constraint. Does that make sense? For me personally, I always operate on a 15-minute, 20-minute scale. I want everything done in less than 20 minutes. If I fuck up, then I add extra 5 minutes. So this thing will go beep eventually. But yeah, this is a $20 investment that can literally change your life. So, I mean, if you see it that you don't do it, so Parkinson's law, you want to make the deadline as short as possible. Get it? If it's short as possible, then you're gonna do it. If it's longer, you're not gonna do it. You're gonna put it off. You're gonna space it out. Don't space out shit. So say I in your mind if you get that from the chess clock, or say I in the comments that this is a really huge game changer. So before we play all the video testimonials again, right? We'll do that later. Don't worry. Okay? So for his students to get laid, like, let's briefly talk about a few of the first ones, okay? The first one who got laid was a Jewish white student. He got 3 lays in 2 lays in one day for this year. Last year, he got 17 lays. All he did was drill down whitewash tonality. He already had the other stuff handled. And he was always able to same-day lay as soon as he learned the arrow science. But it made things a lot easier when he combined elite tonality mastery, even though he don't have the course. But he learned it from Elite Access because he already quit the game to be with his Ukrainian 8 out of 10 blonde woman and is traveling together with her. He was still learning the same things. Then there's the Indian guy in London. He got a white girlfriend because he's been practicing Elite 30 all the time. But then again, he bought Elite Tonality. He was the first one who bought it. He sexualized it to the maximum over a video call with her, masturbating together. Afterwards, he pulled her home, and then he did the arrow science, which he learned from the inner circle. And yeah, and then he got laid. He was a slow learner, but he had a photographic memory. So he's very ADHD. He can barely focus, but when he could focus, he was fast and he was changeable. That was another difference. So changeability was fast in a short amount of time, like a laser focus, like a magnifying glass that is focused the beam for a short amount of time, or like a Death Star, right? That focused on a planet and destroying it in Star Wars. So he went to Inner Circle, learned how from the videos, and then boom, he got laid right away. So it wasn't because he needed to practice or focus that much. It's just that he needed to change, be changeable. And the photographic memory is important. That's why for Mr. D, right, you always forget things, right? You cannot forget everything that you learn because the more you forget, right, the worse it is. Exactly. Thank you for saying that. That's awesome. So that's how he got a white girlfriend. And the Latino guy, Mr. A, right? You know, your classmate, right, for Mr. M. That guy did exactly the same thing. Have you noticed that he goes quite fast? Whenever I need him to go through a video 6 times, he'll do it. You hear that beeping? So that's like 5 minutes, right? And then he learned a lot about Elite 30 before, but he failed at first year. He'd been not like allowed to continue. Then the second time after 4 months, he came back, and then I made him go through Elite Tonality Mastery after he got Elite Access. He asked me, hey, is it worth it or am I just trying to make more money? I was like, dude, you got to get Elite Tonality Mastery. It's going to get you laid. And he bought it. He could barely fucking afford it. He's 21 years old. But he invested in himself. And then he went through it 6 times. And he got his dick wet right away. Success leaves clues. He already knew the arrow science. But he needed to he was missing the Elite Tonality Mastery. And that's what got him laid. And the Asian guy who got the stripper, eventually from Cold Approach, he got a date, but he didn't know what to do. So he learned Elite Tonality Mastery lessons so he could not believe all the mistakes he made when I taught him. Then I taught him the arrow science because he was able to pull her to her place. Even though he maneuvered and he had the tonality, he didn't have the time to sexualize it because she literally fucking passed out a day before Mother's Day. And then she told him that she'll come back and meet him afterwards. He built some trust. And then when she came back afterwards, they met again. He used the arrow science and boom, another fucking lay. He had another date. He sexualized it. and he dealt with the sexual objections, and he got laid many times, and now he moved in with her. They're all related to these two components for the first principles. So we'll go over the testimonials very quickly just to establish. But here's the thing though, the phone doesn't have any fucking battery, so I'm not even sure if we can do it. That's so unfair. So, okay, 3% battery. I'm plugging it in, but it's not working. Wonder if the plug is not plugged in or I kicked it or something like that. Okay, how about this? How can we do this? We're just gonna have to play it as fast as possible then. Okay? This thing is not working. I don't want to touch the power plug on the ground. I have an idea. No, I don't want to touch it from the ground. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this. Should technically be working. So we might have to like play the audio, and then we'll see how many testimonials we can get through. All right, we'll try it very fast, and hopefully I did not cut out on the YouTube live. Right? Hopefully I did not cut out. So you guys can still see me, right? Hopefully. So we're gonna have to plug this in somewhere else. So we're gonna go over to the other There it is. There's his testimonial. The Chinese, I mean, the Asian guy that got a stripper. Place with it. Okay. So we still got some juice left in the battery. Now all the other fans and stuff turned off. That's not good. We gotta be really quick. The second one is gonna be a video testimonial from the Gen Z, like, Mr. 8. Shoot, there's too many testimonials here. Let's see, where is it? That'll be right here.
Hi, I am a 21-year-old Gen Z living in the US. Yeah, today we was drinking and coaching my family.
Yeah, his tonality is very whitewashed.
We use the model to upgrade it to international mastering. Yeah, so very closely to the cops. This older black boy just outside today is May 16th. This is technically naked. So, as I was walking outside my neighborhood on the street, I saw this older woman who was black and a lot older than I was. Because I found her attractive, I approached her using the right tonality and the right skills. I asked her to see if she knew where the nearest 7-Elevens was, and she gladly showed me the way. She took my hand and guided me towards the 7-Elevens. There, I noticed that she was very turned on by me, and she was flirting with me continuously. So I flirted back, and eventually that led to interest. She wanted to take me back to her place, and I offered to use my car. That was when she had the idea to just have sex in my car. This is how this played out. And I got laid, and I'm very grateful for John Leeds and many other people as part of the inner circle motivate me to try harder. To all my fellow Latinos, I say, do not give up, right? And believe that you can do it. But more importantly, just follow the right path. And thank you very much. This is my testimonial, and I hope to provide a lot more testimonials in the future. Right, finally on May 16th. Because
You can hear it. 819.
Your final chance to join the May 5.
Yeah, so basically,
Even the most expensive clothes.
as you can see, right, that shit, I have to charge this eventually. But yeah, okay, so basically, I had this fan over here is not working right now. I don't know why. I just don't want to touch it from the ground and touch my keyboard. I'm very OCD in terms of like I wash my hands a lot. Just trying to figure out how I'm gonna do this shit. Okay, it's working now. Right, hopefully. Yeah, I don't know why this is not charging. Fucked up. The, the phone. It's got a full charge. It's full charge. It's not full charge. Alright. So you saw some of the testimonials, right? Right? And the only difference between all these guys, right? there's even a Jewish white student, but we don't have enough batteries to play it. Have you noticed something about them? They're just like, the best way to describe them is that they implement very quickly. That's all. That's the only difference. Yeah, they have ADHD. Yeah, they're a bunch of fucking sociopaths, and they make excuses, but they just don't make any excuses. Then all the stars aligned, and then the Death Star, right? All the beams together, down the fucking planet. They get their dick wet. They get a white girlfriend. The other guy gets a stripper. The other guy gets like another woman, and the Jewish white student, not whites, but Jewish white, half half, gets like a fucking 2 lays in one day. And I will play that later because they could focus. Okay, why is there no fucking lights here? Let me see if I can fucking work. What's that? Here. Work now. Okay. Right, green or something. But yeah, you see, I'm a lot brighter now. Maybe that's better, right? You don't want to look at a Filipino. So having said that, um, it's a bigger light. The other one was not working. So hopefully this looks better, or I look like a fucking vampire. They're all related to these two components. It's like the first principle. The other students will get into their testimonials soon. If you guys are inspired, you know, this is how you can raise your 20 out of 35 through drills, through habits, plus going through every video 6 times to imprint your memory like you're installing a neural link. So your cortisol doesn't wipe out your memory. And man, that's a long fucking first pillar, man. I better learn how to write a lot shorter in the future for future challenges. They're always going to be different topics. So the second pillar, right, of why minorities beat the whites is skill maxing and compensation theory. Outworking the lazy white day gamer. That's right. Minorities have to skill max and compensate for what they lack. Because if we look at the 20 out of 35 system, there's just not a lot of free points for minorities, right? Because white is 10 out of 10 for perceived natural status, whitewashed black for 8 out of 10, Middle Eastern 7 out of 10, Latinos 5 out of 10 because it's the ice white, and then 3 out of 10 short blacks that don't have any selection and height and muscle, 2 out of 10 Ben-shouldered Indians, 4 out of 10 whitewashed Indians, 1 out of 10 whitewashed Asians, 0 out of 10 Asian washed Asians. So they have to start there and then start thinking about the look money status. And then on the other side, you have to think about social skills, social calibrations, and emotional control. Minorities do not have a 10 out of 10 perceived natural status like white people. So minorities can't coast on advantages. That's why, Mr. D, you're getting stuck because you were using your privileges before thinking you can just SMV it. Even other white people are not getting results. Trust me, I know a lot of Europeans that are good looking will come over here and ask for help because they're broke. They're all broke in Europe. Like, what the fuck? How can we all be like broke as a joke? So they often will start with nothing to lose, and they have to, for minorities, and they have to blame themselves, not anyone else. They'll accept that they were never privileged. So that's why minorities can work like harder because they have nothing going for them. White people are the laziest day gamers in the world. They expect everything handed to them quickly, and they can play a mass numbers game. And I'll use a metaphor. When I train them, they're forced to stack as many points as possible for the minorities, and then for drills and exercises. So if you understand what I'm saying, say I for drills and exercises. Because even if you have to listen to a video 6 times, don't fucking do it. Whatever it takes to get those last points, just squeeze every single last skill out of the system. It's like squeezing water out of a fucking rock. You get to say I. It doesn't matter because let's see in the comments section. Guys are getting it, you're not getting it. Minorities have to compensate. Minorities have nothing going for them. Seriously. You're like, well, that's not fair. Life is not fair. Life is not fair. Exactly. Thank you, JP. So it doesn't matter if you're missing points. You have to make them up somewhere else for 20 out of 35. For example, if you're black and you're going to be missing some points, meaning that you have 2 points less than the white people, just from perceived natural status. So if you're whitewash Indian, you're going to have like 6 points less. That means 4 points only. But if you're only 4 points in the status category for perceived natural status, like the other guy from London, if you're Asian and you're whitewash, you only have 1 point. You get it? You're missing 9 points compared to a white guy. So you need to make up those points in other areas, whether it's from whitewash, husband, material, fashion, to raise your looks, money, and status. Or you can, max out the skill category, which white people are allergic to, right, Mr. D? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, right? You're like fucking allergic to skills for some reason. You gotta run away from every time you gotta do drills. No, you gotta fucking massacre. It's like this zombie, one drop of cortisol, and then boom, another fucking approach. Half-assed. Don't fucking do that. Be a minority, right? Imagine if you're not white. Imagine you're not white, that you're a minority. You wake up one day, you realize that you're Indian or something, and you're like, oh fuck, oh my god, fuck this shit, motherfucker. And then you're like, shit, I better get my ass together. I don't have any value, right? So, good afternoon. So, once, or you need to max out the skill category: social skills, social calibrations, and emotional control. If you understand this, right, say I. And now let's talk about white people for a second. Okay, lots of white people this year are extremely fucking lazy. In previous 5-day challenges, I say Latinos were the worst dog shit students. Marco showed up at the exact best time. Give it a thumbs up for the algorithm. That would be very helpful to me. Give it a thumbs up for the algorithm. Otherwise, it's gonna get kind of. I'll give a thumbs up. I could use a thumbs up. So, having said that, Latinos and white people are by far the worst dog shit students of the year. Gillard, don't waste any more time and start training with John. Exactly. So try to understand, be enlightened, and train with me. I'm not pitching. Oh, you hear that beeping? It was just beeping for a second, the clock. So the chess clock was beeping. It was like beep, 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 beep. So Latinos and whites are just so fucking horrible this year. I stand by that. They're absolutely uncoachable and barely do anything. They couldn't even be arsed to do the minimum. But now it's like there's one ethnicity starting to, tie them being the worst for Latinos, because the 21-year-old Latino Gen Z student got laid. And he was the exception. He was able to focus and implement, be changeable. All the other Latinos are like absolute fucking dog shit. No offense, but in terms of this year, it's like they're super broke and they're like making excuses. So if you get what I'm saying, right? Say I, because this year I had a half white, half Jewish student get laid. So it kind of gives a little bit more nod to white people, but he's not all white. He's half Jew. He's a half Jew. And also, it goes, and he can always do same day lays because halfway Jewish means he can do same day lays. If he was all white, he cannot do it like that. Trust me. White people are allergic to same day lays because they listen to the mystery method. Because mystery says, oh, yeah, you can't do a same day lays in 10 minutes because that's a fool's mate. You got to have multiple dates, right? And then eventually use seduction last, right? You got to build comfort. Shut up, mystery. You have 0 late testimonials for Daygame. Shut the fuck up. So I'm back. Excellent. So basically, he has a lot of skills, right? For that half white, half Jewish guy. And he's always saying, John, I want to learn more game. And I was like, dude, I taught him all the advanced game stuff. And that's how he got his 8 out of 10 Ukrainian. However, I taught him all the other secrets that I don't teach my other students. But when he wasn't mixing it with the skills, right, for social skills, social calibrations, and emotional control, it was just all game. It was not enough. But then he took a big break because he got offended. Like I said, feelings, not emotions, because I yelled at him for being a bad student. He also disappeared for 4 months. Like I said, low self-esteem traits. In 4 months, it blows up in your face. he needed to come back, and he came back, right? Because he needed my help to get this Latina. He pulled two Latinas, and he doesn't know how to close them. He wants a threesome. I gave him the advice for a threesome, but one of them fell asleep, and he banged one of the other Latinas. And she's like one of those fitness influencers or something. And when he banged her, he was using just game tactics. That's it. But he was not having the skills. And that's not good. Because a lot of white people are extremely lazy. I made him work on his whitewash tonality for months. And then he started getting those 3 lays. 2 lays in one day and then one afterwards. White people are very privileged, right? So I got a lot of tall, good-looking white people laid before, but they used to get laid. And also, maybe for other white people, for pickup artists, the women are always below their looks level. But they always get laid. Before, not now during the inflation and the tariff. White people will not ever get laid unless they train under me and not be lazy. They're usually way below their looks level too. They sexualize it nonstop, and DHV stories and direct game doesn't work anymore. The pandemic hit, they're still getting laid. The inflation hit, very few of them got laid. And then they started to get fucking stuck, even if they look Chad. I have a guy in Europe. He was like a pretty boy type, and then he started maturing. He started getting older, and all of a sudden, he started looking like a Chad model or something. His jawline starts getting more squared. He started getting more muscular, and he's scaring all the younger women that are 21 years old. They're always asking about his age, and he kept making excuses. And he's always broke as a joke. If you're listening to this, right, later on, dude, where the fuck are you saving your money for training? Like, literally, like, what the fuck? It's like, oh, but I'm Asperger's. It's like, who gives a fuck? All the students who got laid are diagnosed as Asperger's. The Gen Z Latino is Asperger's. He's going to engineering school. The fucking other Indian is an engineer, Asperger's. The other Jewish white guy, he's a biotech engineer. I'm not saying which company he worked for, but they fired him. But during the pandemic, it was the biggest company in the world at the time for that stuff. I won't say which company. He worked for that. They're all fucking biotech engineers, or they're engineers, or students that are studying to be engineers that got laid for some fucking reason. Except for the guy who's Asian and he got like a stripper. He was autistic, but he was not Asperger's. But they all got laid because they implemented. It wasn't because they're richer than others. The Gen Z Latino is not rich. The London guy has money. He can afford a boot camp. The Jewish white guy, he retired after he was fired and he started traveling, and I started training him. He got 20 lays. Right? So 2 of them had money problems. So it wasn't that the money affected them, they implemented. So as the tariff happens, nobody was getting laid that was white, except for my students. But I had a 55-year-old white bald student who looks like Homer Simpson. He had the traits of an impossible case. He turned into an unteachable case, and then he quit. We'll talk more about these traits afterwards, but when you shift the blame and have this mentality as, it's everybody else's fault, it's not your fault, but internally, we're not speaking external issues. This whole video for day 2 is all about internal inner game stuff and why white people are struggling. But internally, a lot of white people, it's like their privileges are fucking revoked. So we need more views here. Maybe I'll change the title or something, right? Winning. Why minorities winning Daygame in 2025? All right, let's continue. Maybe a title change will help. What was once an easy, right, for white people became super hard recently. Their 10 out of 10 perceived natural status is gone. They don't want to change the way they look. They're always, white people are always the same. They're always like, oh, am I enough? Why am I not enough? It's like white people. Hey, John, why am I not enough? Can I just wear a fucking white t-shirt and jeans? Why am I not? Shut the fuck up for white people. You're never enough because You're dressed like shit. You're not husband material, and you want her to jump on your dick? Are you serious? By mass approaching? I'm sorry, but your privileges are fucking revoked because of the tariff and inflation. Your tonality is shit. You don't want to do the arrow signs because that's for minorities, right? That's for arrow signs is for minorities that have no value, right? Or half white, half Jewish people. That's not for white people. White people needs to collect phone numbers, set up dates, and then go on 3 dates and then try to seduce her afterwards, like Mystery said. White people are lazy. White people do not think they can same day lay because it's like the 4 minute mile. Because they never seen a white dating coach same day lay before. Tall, self proclaimed high lay count guy ends in the fucking cap. Todd V ends in the fucking cap. Nothing else. Or maybe he in nighttime, there's always a nighttime environment in Las Vegas, and he poses her back home, doesn't show a lay. White people, crap charisma king, nothing, just pull to a cap. Other tall whites only ends up like in the cap. That's why they don't think it's possible because they never seen a white guy go from open to sex, ever. It's impossible because they're zombies, they're scammers, they're marketers disguised as dating coaches. You don't know what the fuck they're doing. They get a girlfriend from Tinder or something, or ugly one from Daygame, like a fucking 6 out of 10. They just pretend to do all this stuff as optics. They have a DSLR camera, they stand next to women, and then they take a picture and they put that on fucking Facebook. And now all sheeps believe in white plausibility because of the halo effect. White people are lazy fucking day gamers. It never affected them until 2024. In 2025, white people are fucked. So let's see. Don't John, how's your seduction journey been over the years? It's been fine. So no blue jeans will be husband material. You think a blue jeans will be husband material because you're dressed like a fuck boy? There are 6 frames. Fuck boy, boyfriend girlfriend frame, friend zone frame, husband material frame, daddy daughter frame for sugar daddies, and high status. Why would dressing in jeans, right? You know what? When you said that, right, JP? Another Latino, a guy from New York, I'm not sure he is in the chat. On the phone, he got so I'm not offended, and he fucking ghosted me. THX man, or whatever. I think that's you. But he got Elite 30. He's like, oh, what's wrong? I don't want to change my fashion to be whitewashed. I got a blue shirt and I got jeans. What's wrong with you? Dress like a fucking migrant. It's like you're gonna walk past ICE, right? They're gonna say, prove your fucking birthright citizen. What the fuck? You like dress like all the other fucking crazy Latinos that are migrants. And JP, I mean, come on now. You're dressed like migrant wash and you're born in the United States. You should not look like a migrant. That's what's wrong with it. How's it husband? How can you be husband material by dressing like casual, poor fashion of a college student? Hmm? That equals like those are the kind of fashion that you need at least 5,000 approaches to get a 3 out of 10. That's the kind of fashion for that. So fuck that. And look at my students; they all dress the same. They're all husband material. So they don't want to change the way they look on the outside because they want to feel like they are enough. White people because of RSD. Oh, but John, am I not enough? Because on Tinder, I got like a freaking lay on Tinder before and some social circle lays in a nightclub. Yeah, but Tinder is 12 out of 35 to get over the line. Night game is 15 out of 35. Day game is 20 out of 35. You are not enough with minus 2.5 points for the emotions category. Does that make sense? You are not enough. True, my fashion is trash. Switching your fashion. Yeah, you better do it quickly, man. Right? Because if they ever, like, if ICE ever walks by and they say, prove your citizenship, right? And they detain you because of the fashion, and you're an American citizen, it's going to be awful. You're going to be like, fuck, John was right. Look at Marco, for example, before, when he was getting all those lays. 2 girlfriends at the same time, or 1 girlfriend and 1 fuck buddy that's a white Ukrainian. He's always, every lay, he wears exactly the same blazer, the same dress shirt, the same pants, every single fucking time, the same shoes, the same watch. right? Nothing changes. The whitewash fashion is like the IDF uniform for my students. That's what it is. Every single time, the same uniform. It's like a day game uniform because that's what works the most. The same haircut, the same everything. Why change it if that's the only thing that works? Everything else is just putting you in a fuckboy frame, or you dress Gen Z with curly hair, or benchoed Indian, which looks exactly like Gen Z. You're putting yourself in the kill zone. So, what's the best frame? I would say that the best frame by far is not high status or anything else, or boyfriend girlfriend. Most people don't fit into the boyfriend girlfriend. So if you try to use romantic flirts, oh, I'm starting to fall in love with you and all that stuff, you're gonna end up in the bedroom and she's gonna say no, cross her arms, and you have to use alcohol and escalate her hard, which is illegal. To bypass that is not gonna bypass the objections without alcohol. So the best frame is husband material. Think about it this way, Gillard. When a woman, right, through her 20s to 30, she's gonna have like 12 boyfriends or something. First guy in high school is gonna be a minority who's short, and she's just like doesn't have that option. The next guy in college is gonna be like 6'5". Next one 6'3". Next one 6'1". Right? Next one 5'10". Next one like fucking 6'6". And then after 12 guys who are tall and white, she's gonna marry some 5'10" fucking loser. And then he's gonna propose. She's gonna get married. She's getting older. All women wants to get married, even the ones that are leftover women, right? The ones hitting the wall, as they say. They're over 30, and then they're getting older, but they're narcissistic. But they always talk about, why didn't no men want to approach me? Because you can't stop criticizing them. Make sense? So they want a husband. All women want a husband secretly. Doesn't matter if they're 18 or they're like 38 or 58, they want a husband. So if you're husband material, that's what they want. If you're whitewash, so you don't look like a migrant, that's what they want because they don't want xenophobia. Of course, Gillard's like, well, what is xenophobia? It is the fear and dislike of other people's culture. It's just like how people see the Latinos. People get scared of Latinos now. So if you dress like with a jeans and a white t-shirt, and you look like a Latino with Adidas sort of tracksuit, fuck, ICE will look at you and just everyone gets afraid because they all Latinos dress poor. They all dress the same. So if you're whitewashed, now you fit in the white girl's tribe. You're in the in tribe. You're not part of the out tribe. I hope that makes sense. So these are good questions. You're a genius, John. Everyone should drop a like for the truth. Yeah, please drop a like so I can get some more views for the algorithms, right? I don't know how many views I have or how many likes, but I don't think it's that many. So, okay, now we're getting a little bit more views. Let's see. It cannot be just 25 views. Imagine all this time, just 25 views. That's maybe we wait a little bit. It might actually be more than 25, 20, 26. That's really bad, man. That's really, really bad. So, but the average people that are viewing it, 5 likes so far. The average people that are viewing it has been here for more than 20 something minutes, which is good. Which is really good. So, hold on a second. All right. So because RSD are real social dynamics, right? Before they told them that you are enough. Well, how are they enough? They rarely get students laid for Daygame. So I always think, why am I not enough? No, you were enough during the pandemic. You were more than enough. You can get many lays. But during the fucking inflation, when the survival value is affected and your voice changes, the tariff, when women gives more objections, how are you enough? No, but I'm white. I'm always enough. White people have this delusion that they don't have to work hard, that they get all this stuff on Tinder, all these matches, all these likes, all these dates, and they just always feel like they're enough. But that's 12 out of 35. White people, your privileges are fucking revoked. And that's the thing. Even that 55-year-old student, that bald guy, older guy, he beats himself up every single time and he tries to shift the blame like it's somehow my fault. That I'm to blame for my system because it's frustrating him. My system is frustrating him. Or maybe he's frustrating himself because he's a bad fucking student who does not adapt. He needs to blame himself. And he started to stonewall me and he's crashing out and he quit. He rage quit. And when I showed the other student, like, look, this guy banged a fucking stripper. Oh, he's gonna fucking quit. He's gonna beat himself up. I talked with another white guy on the phone. He's older, right? This guy looks like Alpha M. Later on, I sent him all the videos to, you know, to promote the 5 day challenge. And then he was looking at all the other students getting laid. I didn't know I was sending it to him. And then he fucking starts swearing at me. He wrote, "This is the wrong number. Fuck you." And it's like, why are you saying fuck you to me? And then I realized, oh, that's that motherfucker on the phone. He fucking hung up on me and says he has to tend to his son. He'll call me back afterwards. He did not. And I told him that, it doesn't seem like you're serious. That guy did not know how many fucking late testimonials I have. It turns out it was that guy. And he was like saying, like, with preconceived notions, what? Why do I have to change my fashion? Am I not enough? It's like, seriously, you're in your fucking 40s now. You still look good. He looks like Alpha M, but the older version. But women are completely turned off because he's pissed off. He always has this angry sort of beat himself up over vibe. He goes to the world's best day game coach and he just shits in my face. I mean, was that worth it? And he gets angry when my students are getting laid one after another. And I promoted a 5 day challenge. I sent it to everyone and he fucking loses his mind. So, husband material, yeah. But isn't that better? Yeah, husband material fashion. Yeah, fuck RSD shit. Because even Mr. D is still falling for RSD shit or their derivatives. That means the other coaches that were former RSD. That's a lineage. RSD is all autistic people lineage. Mystery method is all Asperger's syndrome. Does that make sense? And the naturals are all like neurotypical. It means they're normal for social skills. So these are three different competing philosophies. So this guy had all these preconceived notions. Huh? What's a drill? I don't get it. Duh, what's a drill? It's just like completely stupid. So, and he keeps getting frustrated. And I was like saying, like, you're a good looking guy. What the hell? But he just looks like, he just looks like he's Elliot Rogers or something. I was like, what the fuck? And then he hung up on me. I have to tend to my son. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. And he makes me wait. Okay. And then he gets angry at me afterwards after seeing all these late testimonials I keep posting. Oh, another student got laid. Another one got laid. He was so stupid because, he's seen it all. And we had two different WhatsApp accounts with two different names, same name, but same phone number, but different, like slightly different name. And it's like he expects women to automatically fall from the sky with their legs further apart and land right on top of his dick with preconceived notions. He should just approach. Why aren't they jumping on his dick? He doesn't understand. I even have other white people in Europe who are completely stuck with Daygame and they're completely broke now. They're all secretly struggling like a minority now. All the Europeans. I'll tell you the truth. And then they get pissed off at me. They crash out too. Like, oh, you sound disrespectful, right? When I call them back out, they say, I don't think your system will work that well. It's like, well, for this particular system, I was like, okay, if it doesn't work, here's late testimonial number one. Here's your fucking friend who's 55 years old who banged a 21-year-old, 25, 21 Megan Fox looking woman, and then another 24. And it's like, here's another student who's Asian. He got 6 lays in a row from the Kaizen program. Same program you fucking used. And then you went to another boot camp and you got laid in like a few hours. And you're like, well, it's all John's system all along, right? It's like, what the fuck? It's like, yeah, I told you. You just need to make more approaches. Do the drills first. And then you see other Asians who get laid with white girls become fuck buddies. I show him so many examples. And he fucking crashes out. You get so many of these arrogant white people that are narcissists, pickup artists, with preconceived notions, all brainwashed by other whites who never could same day lay, and they don't even have students laid for Daygame. And when I'm saying this, people still cannot stop sucking off the white plausibility, the halo effect. A halo effect is that one trait. If they're tall and strong, or they're good looking, or they're white, or whatever, then you ignore all the bad traits. That's called the halo effect. Because white is right in their minds. Really? It's like, and no matter how much I tell you, you guys cannot stop listening to the whites. So that's why there's so much weeds in your garden. I'm trying to grow a good plant in your brain. There's so much weeds in your garden because you can't stop listening to white people. So, okay, it's not getting more views. We're going to change it again. Why minorities beat white for Daygame? All right, maybe we need to put something like that. So, maybe they're offended by the title. So, anyways, yeah, I mean, hopefully more people show up. It's very disappointing they did not. Maybe over the rest of the day, it's going to have more people. So, maybe I can give myself another like from my second YouTube channel, right? I'll give myself the 6th like. So, here you go, like. All right, as I was saying. Anyways, guys should check out my course, Elite Bundle Resurrections over here. Bookmark it. Hey, John, the other day I asked you about James Marshall, but I didn't think it was not the right place. I'm asking again here because this is a Q&A. Wait, are you the guy who asked me, like, are you the high school student that cannot afford my coaching? Yeah, I think that's you, right? But you're from a Latin country, a place where a lot of students got laid before. Not a lot, but a few. If that's you, right, then you're Latino, right? You cannot afford my coaching. Well, James Marshall has 3 lay testimonials. I just was pissed off thinking, like, you don't have any money to train with me, plus you're worshiping white dating coaches. 3 lay testimonials, that's it. 3. James Marshall, 3. A fucking scammer. His is not natural game. This is like imitation natural game. I'm teaching the real naturals what they do. James Marshall with his 5 principles is all stupid, like pressure and release and then something else and something else. It's all bullshit. You'll never get laid. Ever. That guy is so bad at day game. People only trust him because he's good looking and he's white. But he fucking sucks dick. And it's not me criticizing him. Every coach should go by their own merits. We should look at tall, self-proclaimed high lay count guy coach, how many students laid. We look at James Tusk, how many students laid. And if they only have like 3, right? How are they teaching day game? They're making like so much money. They're charging like $20,000 a boot camp now for the natural lifestyle. 20,000, something like that. They're making so much money. They're making around like nearly $500,000 a year now, or something like that, because they have a team of 10 people. They're marketers. $500,000 USD. And this is why white plausibility is bullshit. So, true, yeah. Healer RSD will not get you results. Exactly. So, okay, I thought you were Jewish for a second, but you're actually Latino. So, yes. Anyways, I was saying, now that I remember. So, white has become a new minority, and minorities are the new whites. For my students, anyways. Other students aren't even getting laid. So, the half Jewish person is half white. He's not fully white. So, if you understand what I'm saying, say I in the comments or say I in your mind. Anyways, that's a reality of skill maxing and compensation theory. White people, for white day gamers, you have to check your privileges and day game like a minority. If you gotta stop thinking like you're okay, so here's how you should think about it. You gotta stop thinking like you're a samurai with a big game sword. Okay, so I have a samurai sword. I'm just not sure how clean it is because a sewer rat walked across the fucking swords. I can lift up the swords, right? Something like that. This would be a good example. Let me grab a sword, right? I hope it's clean because I tried to stab this fucking rat before and it fucking jumped up and bit me in the fucking hand. I still have a scar over here. I'm not sure if you guys can see it, but there should be a triangle in my hand. Right over here, exactly. Fucking rat bit it. Hopefully that's still clean. So, oops. All right. Let's say this is a sword, right? I move the thing back. I'm not sure if you can see the entire sword, but handle over here. I'll put him across my face. Okay, so for the sword, right? For white people in general. So this thing has a line across it over here. So imagine this is called the game sword, okay? This is called the game sword. So for white people, they have a big sword. So looks, money, status, social skill, social calibrations, emotional control game, right? Game sword. So this is a delivery system for white people. They all have a sword in their hand. This is game. This is like direct game, validation, DHV stories, sexualizing it, phone number closed, setting up dates, right? Going on multiple dates. So they swing their privileges. It's like looks, money, status plus sword, right? Which is game. Game sword. Game, 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 game. Make sense? So white people love to swing their game sword. Look, you keep asking about white people because you're brainwashed. I cannot help you. They all are fucking okay. All white people are never seen daylight from open to sex. Gillard, have you seen a white person in their infield open to sex and see the sex in the bedroom? Have you? Any of you? Have you ever seen a white dating coach open to sex, not end in a cab? Name one. Name one. Oh, wait, you cannot because you cannot think of anybody because there's no infields that does that because white people are all liars. It's all a scam. And you fell for it, Gillard, because you trusted white people. You're a sheep. That's why you're stuck. You'll never be a good student here. You won't be able to afford it. But the game sword, white people are always swinging the big game sword. So they don't actually have social skills, social calibrations, emotional control for the whites. Because they have the game sword, they compensate for everything else. They rather do that, but ninjas are different. Ninjas do not have a samurai sword. Make sense? Ninjas do not have a samurai sword. So therefore, they only have a shitty little sword and they have to use skills. For minorities, they have to learn like 30 different skills. Elite 30. So the more you swing your sword and you're thinking you're delivering looks, money, and status by being white, but it's not enough anymore because you have minus 2.5 points for emotions. So the more you swing, oh, another approach, none of it's going to get you laid. You're not over the line for white people. You cannot slay your opponent or slay pussy just by swinging the white game sword. Your privileges are fucking revoked. Make sense? You have no more fucking privileges. You used to have privileges, but now you don't have it. So, having that, you must become a ninja. You got to switch over now. Mr. D, listen up. Katana, exactly. So, you got to switch over now. No more game sword. Like a minority that does not have a game sword. You have to be skill maxing. Ninjas have to learn 30 different skills or 30 different weapons to survive. Make sense? They need like 30 different ones. Ninjas have to learn skills, just like social skills, social calibrations, emotional control. Ninjas have to use social stealth too with the whitewash fashion or the ninja outfit. They got to dress whitewash and everything like my students' husband material to blend in with what women want. But a lot of white students these days, they're always crashing out. They're beating themselves up. They don't have a growth mindset. And swinging the game sword no longer works anymore. Make sense? They have a fixed mindset and they're very busy because of the mystery method in RSD. That's why their game sword, they have limitations, thinking you're supposed to have multiple dates and give direct compliments, DHV stories, and sexualize it nonstop, and then set up dates to the house and then go on multiple dates and have a bunch of flakes is all volume. No, you must be a fucking ninja to same day lay. Maneuver, sexualized objections looping, ninja skills. You need the arrow science, which is ninja game, with elite tonality mastery. You also need the supplements for high performance. Ninjas actually have like potions and supplements and stuff they make themselves because you don't get depressed. You'll get depressed if you don't have the supplementation. You lose your memory. You need to take ADHD supplements so you can get things done and don't become depressed. When you become depressed, you spend more time and money and you become broke. All white people are all broke for pickup artists. So if you don't have a 10 out of 10 perceived natural status anymore, I mean, yeah, they do on paper, but it's like you guys don't have emotional control behind it. Minus 2.5. And white people are always frustrated because they're so outcome oriented. They're not even process oriented like a ninja. Their privileges are revoked. But if you switch over to ninja strategy and no longer just fucking samurai game, because they never had all these privileges for ninjas ever. So they have to work harder. They have to use ninja stars. They have to use like smoke bombs. They have to use like escape tactics. They have to use a grappling hook. All these different skills. They have, samurais. When you listen to all these scamming dating coaches, who basically you don't see open to sex, as I said, it's always ends in the cab for white plausibility, swinging their big game sword. They just have to get a phone number close, and you trust them. All that money that they can get, it's really fucking like katana white. Not exactly white people. White dating coaches are all scammers. The whole thing. I'm the first one to say it. I've been teaching day games since 2012. And after my observation, right, what do I believe? I believe this whole day game industry is about selling as many boot camps as possible. It's all about how to make as much money as a narcissistic sociopath with opinions as facts. It's all fucking scam. It's all about boot camps. And when people like Gillar cannot afford boot camps, they don't give a fuck about you. Does that make sense? And other people here don't even need to take boot camps. It's all about how to sell $5,000 to $10,000 boot camps. RSD don't have to be good. They just need to show up and be a good talker. And then all of a sudden, people take boot camps in force. They buy like every RSD product. It doesn't work. It's all about money. White people are not the same as the naturals. White people that are like charisma king, you can see their eyes. They look like a psychopath or a sociopath. They're like angry eyes. Tall self-proclaimed coaches always have like some fucking death stare, right? Like a sociopath death stare. Their eyes are like this. All of them. You look at RSD Julian, same thing. All the white dating coaches, or if they're autistic, right? They'll look kind of like Todd V, right? They'll have this sort of autistic sort of eyes. You look at Asperger's, it's kind of like you can look through their eyes, and they almost have this Elon Musk sort of lazy kind of eye. You can almost stare to the back of their head, like through them. That's what they look like. So yeah, always swinging the big fucking game sword. And whenever they get phone number closes, right? Who gives a shit? And Latino coaches like, I don't trust any of those people. So I think a lot of dating coaches, unless they have an open to sex infield, they're fake. If they don't have lay testimonials, they're fake. And whenever a person says, "Oh, what do you think about Dave Wagnat?" It's an old dating coach from Generation 2. What do you think about Dave Wagnat? I was like, okay, let's look at his lay testimonials. I say that to an Indian guy. No lay testimonials. Oh, because he's hiding it. He's like apologist. He lies about it. He'll lie for Dave Wagnat. Okay, let's look at his next page. Facebook. No students laid. Oh, but he died of cancer. Okay, good for him. Where's his lay testimonials? Oh, this other coach. Well, we look at his testimonial page. Nobody got laid. So, Gillard, how are you supposed to get laid if nobody else got laid or only 3 people? Huh? How? Are you number 4? Come on now. Because they don't get laid during the training period. Because direct game will take them more than 6 months to get laid for their first lay. If you go direct, it's going to be 6 months. 10,000 approaches. So they cannot collect the lay testimonials. It's that simple. For their boot camps. They can't. It's just positive YouTube comments or positive impressions of boot camps and reviews. So you never once seen proof from a white coach for open to sex. They just stand next to women. They're optics. They're tricksters. You fell for a samurai game. You got to be a ninja. If you understand what I'm saying, say I in your mind or right eye. If you are enlightened, you get it. Gillard is not enlightened yet. He's still a sheep. You see that? Marco is enlightened. He understands what I'm saying. Gillard, however, is still a sheep. So let's talk about grit and resilience and why it's so important for the third pillar. We're going to talk about the third thing now. Okay? So, should I still hold on to this sword or put it away? We don't need this no more. I'm going to put it back into the sheath of it. So, So let's continue, right? Should we have a bathroom break or something for 5 minutes or something? Or should we continue? I can still continue, but I'll have to go to the bathroom eventually, right? How long has this been? 2 hours and 26 minutes. There's 8 people here, which is good because more people that's here, the better. So, but it's only 29 views. I don't know what's going on. There should be at least like 50 by now. What the fuck? Right? Maybe it's a better title. But, all right, let's continue then. I'll try my best and then we'll stop at some point and then we'll come back. So, the third pillar is resilience and grit. If you're even half listening right now, nod your head right now. Okay, we've touched upon this before. Process oriented versus outcome dependent. But this is not some new age concept. If you're following this, give yourself a mental fist bump, right? Because I tried to explain this to a minority student about how to go through Elite 30. But honestly, this is a lesson for everyone doing Elite Bundle Resurrections or anyone else who actually wants to get laid. If you agree, raise your hand right now. A lot of these program talks about 30-day challenges, but here's the real deal. Okay? Actually, no, there's not a lot of them like that, just mine. But it takes 21 days to develop a new habit. So if you go through out there and you try the mass approach like Mr. D, and you think you'll get laid within 10,000 approaches, which did not happen, it's kind of like you're signing up for a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu tournament. Exactly, thank you. So it's like you're signing up for a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu tournament, okay? You guys are Latino, so you know what Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is. And you're thinking that, let's say you never trained in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu before, okay? Did I say it correctly? Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And the thing is that even women can beat you at every single time. You know that? If you first fight against a woman and she's like a black belt or brown belt, she'll beat the shit out of you when you start out as a white belt or whatever. So it doesn't matter how many times you try. If you don't have skills, you're going to get tapped out by women. That's that's like 2025 for you. So if you're feeling this, right, and you get it, give it a fucking fist pump, because it's this kind of thing, right? It's kind of like the Gracie combative. Gracie was a Brazilian bunch of people that were taught by Japanese people. Like they learned some kind of judo. They call it Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. They fight on the ground. You might think that Gracie combative system is not real Jiu-Jitsu, but it's a no-gi self-defense system. It has 36 moves. And the idea is that in the beginning, you're going to lose to women. The first 5 days, you should just accept you're going to get tapped out. You're not there to win yet. You're there to install the skills. So if you're willing to get your ego bruised, raise your hands up high. If you have a process-oriented mindset and not like a outcome dependency, you care about improving your skills. Okay, so after 10 days of it, you might start losing to women in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but you start to stand your ground a little bit. After 15 days, you can cross her guard and get on top. It's called a mount position, but you can't submit her yet. You're going to go on more dates, but nothing's happening. And you've been there, give yourself a thumbs up. But then when you get to day number 20, you're starting to get her into position, into a submission. Get it? Now you're winning after 20 days. But you still cannot close or get that lay. It's like you're pulling and you cannot submit her. But when you reach 30 days, that's when you finally win the match. So you got to get your ass kicked in the beginning to install the skills. You're like, really? That's not fair. Life is not fair. But you got to install the skills. And that's what you guys are not doing. You guys are ignoring the skills. So that's a big problem. Let me copy this video and paste it into my website. Okay? I think if I paste it here, then people might see this video more. We might get more viewers. Maybe I should change the thumbnail. Maybe they're offended by the thumbnail. All right. Here's the video. Hopefully they see it. The thumbnail says why minorities are winning in 2025. Actually, it does not talk about white people. Maybe they don't like the topic. Maybe I should change it. Why minorities can beat whites for Daygame. Yeah, let's change it. Let's see if... Oh, it's not here right now. Forget about it. We don't have time. All right. All right, it's updated. I'll use another account, and then hopefully I can give myself another thumbs up. So, I gotta really pee soon. But let's continue. Which video from your channel do you recommend to get better understanding of your game? Just sign up to the webinar thing and watch it again. I think you've seen it before, or at least you signed up for it, but you didn't actually like watch it for ADHD. That's the best video. So, all right, let's continue. Oh shit, this thing like fucked up. Okay. Let's see. Here's Ninja game. Fuck. All right, I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna be back in a 1 minute. Okay, I'm gonna wash my hands and I'll be back. Okay, just enjoy the soundtrack. I'll just put another music or something. Let's see here. How about this song? Right? Make it like a DJ thing, right? I'll be back. So.
Strategies, the vibes are electric. Feeling the connection, it's so kinetic. Every approach feels like a dance. With John's advice, I'm ready for romance. Open up my heart and let's make a move. Got my sights locked, now it's time to groove. Daygame master in the palm of my hand. Walking with my head high, ready to withstand. Journaling, make me a song. Show me the rhythm where I belong. In the daylight, I'll shine so bright. With your coaching, I'll take on the night. Journaling, let's take it high. Unlock the magic, let my spirit fly. This is my moment, I'm ready to shine. With journalist wisdom, I'll make you mine. Every step I take, I'm feeling so alive. With John's guidance, I know I will thrive. In the game of love, I'm learning the beat. Turning nervous vibes into something sweet. Flirting with the world, a spark in my eye. Taking on the challenge, I'm ready to try. Journaling, make me a song. Show me the rhythm where I belong.
All right, I'm back. So hopefully you like the new soundtrack. I'll switch it once in a while. All right, let's go back into what I was trying to say. Let's talk about grit and resilience and why soulmate is important for the third pillar. Okay. So you guys can hear me. If you're even half listening right now, right? We touched upon this before. Well, we'll just say it again quickly, right? Because I forgot all this. You have to be process oriented versus outcome dependent. This is not a new age concept. So if you're following, give yourself a mental fist bump. I tried to explain this to a minority student how to go through Elite 30. Like I said, it was like Brazilian Jiu Jitsu, right? And I talked about how it does take 21 days to develop a habit, and women can beat you too. It's just like Daygame. But eventually, you do it for 21 days, you get beaten for a while, and you don't beat yourself up, Mr. D, if you're listening. This is how you're going to get laid. You're going to have to take a beating, but then you keep adapting until you win. That's how you win. Not because you trying to like submit her. The less you try to submit her, the less you like lay. I want to lay. The less you're like that, the faster you get laid. It's kind of like a Gracie combative system, you know, 36 moves, learn 36, and that's all you need. Everything else is too many moves. So basically, what I'm saying is that you'll win by day 20, or start to submit her or get close to it. And day number 30, you're gonna win the match. You're gonna get your leg, but you're gonna get your ass handed to you in the beginning when you're installing the skills. Be process oriented. This is not like RSD. Oh, you gotta know the process or something like that, or trust the process. No, I actually have a scientific process. This is not RSD. This is a real neural pathway process. Your brain will assimilate it. So let's roast white people for a second. You need to hear this. White guys are so impatient because they don't have grit anymore. So if you're feeling called out, raise your hand if you're white. Let's break this down, right? The 5 mindsets. White people, teachability out of 10. White guys are not teachable because they're all brainwashed by mystery method and RSD. Older white dating coaches always pushing white is right. So if you see yourself in this, nod your head if you agree. Number 2, changeability. They're not changeable. It's like being a samurai who refused to learn how to be a ninja. You're resisting change. Shake your head and get honest, because number 3 is skill index. They cannot build skills. They're not minorities who have no choice but to learn. A white guy would rather run back to Tinder or night game instead of learning day game skills. They're allergic to skills. They'll cry if they have to drill things down. White people cannot do it. It's easier to put a cat into water for a bathtub than it is to get a white person to actually learn skills. Seriously. They're so allergic to skills. They're scared of skills. So if you ever avoided the hard work, raise your hand. And believability index, whenever white guys don't have the same ability, they can't even close a 4 out of 10 anymore. Inflation affected their tonality. They don't believe in themselves at all. They come to me, but they don't want to change that much. They're just there to just, talk about it, vent about their problems. I don't give a fuck about your problems. You want to get laid, you train here. You train here. And right now there's a deal for Elite Bundle Resurrections for $940. That's the deal. So as I'm saying, they want to go back to white dating coaches. They're like zombies and sheeps. If you ever felt stuck, right? That's you. Manifestation index, thoughts and feelings. Their thoughts are all fucking poisoned by tall, self-proclaimed high leg count guys, mystery method and RSD systems. Everything else is just a derivative. That means it's derived from those systems. Even Asian dating coaches are clones of mystery method. You're stuck for Daygame. I'm your only option. If your thoughts and feelings are wrong, you're going to get frustrated and forget everything because your cortisol is never going to succeed. Your stress hormone. So basically, that's the major problem. Not enough grit. Because you always think you are enough. Grit is a growth mindset. If you have a fixed mindset and beat yourself up every time, or you lose a jiu-jitsu match, or get rejected every time you try to make progress, you're always asking, why am I not laid yet? All the time. If you're tired of that cycle, right? Nod your head. Well, excuse me, but you're 55 years old and you're a bald student who looks like Homer Simpson, who's old-fashioned. Why should women jump on your fucking dick when you have zero skills and zero value? Because you are enough and you want to be a samurai? You go out there, but you don't want to wear the ninja uniform. Well, too fucking bad. Or you're going to rage quit for good, and that's not a growth mindset. So if you ever rage quit, shake your fist, right, and laugh at yourself. Arrgh. I've also a lack of resilience. If a white guy has to practice drills, they can't even understand it. Oh, what do you mean drills, John? That's a white person. Hey, what do you mean by drills? I don't understand. Don't you mean just taking more massive action? And I shut the fuck up. Like that 40-year-old guy on the phone, the father, who's like, "Oh, I don't get it. Drills? Explain how that works." Durr! Well, the Johnny Elite Army uses drills. Instincts is following my instructions, not your own mental bullshit like Latinos. Oh, but what's wrong with wearing jeans, right? And a t-shirt, a white t-shirt, that's Latinos. Tenacity is actually finishing the fight. It takes tenacity to get through those 30 days in jiu-jitsu, or 36 days, metaphorically speaking. So if you're ready to finish this, then that's great. So number 4, okay? We're on the last pillar right now. It doesn't mean that we're at the end, but we're getting there. Leverage your ethnicity's unique strengths, but only if you nail the other pillars first. So let's get real for a second. Every ethnicity brings something unique to the table. So if you're Asian, and you've probably got natural calibration skills. If you're Indian, logic, right? You're analytical, thinking that you're, that's your superpowers. No, not really, but Latinos, you bring energy and emotions, right? And vibe. Middle Easterns, right? You're charismatic and you're bold. If you see yourself in any of these, nod your head, right? For the minorities. But here's the hard truth. None of that matters if you haven't mastered the basics. If you haven't nailed your tonality and your arrow science and your social skills and your emotional control, these natural strengths won't save you. And here's the thing. If you try to rely on your edge and still got nowhere, it's like having a turbo engine, right, in your car, but you have no gas in the tank. You need a foundation first. You need to get your 20 out of 35 points. Looks, money, status, social skills, social calibrations, emotional control, and game up to par. So if you agree with me, fist pump in the air, right? So I hope you guys are doing all these gestures subconsciously. So maybe you can change the song. No, I mean, it's okay. But basically, because once you got the basics down, then you can lean into your unique strengths and really stand out. So, am I too close to the camera? There. All right. That's where being Asian, Indian, Latino, Middle Eastern, whatever your background is, becomes an advantage. It's not a crutch. So, and if this makes sense, right? That's great. Let's talk proof. Let's talk about Asians for a second. If you're Asian, pay close attention. Pump your fist in the air for the Asians, right? Who have not disappeared to tall, strong Asian dating coaches. If you're ready to get real, you guys have some serious strengths. Social calibrations is something you can drill down for Elite 30. You're disciplined as hell. You can drill down, you can follow stuff, you can outwork almost anybody. If you know that you're a hard worker, nod your head if you're Asian. But here's the thing. Most Asian guys are stuck because they're never mastered whitewash tonality. What do I mean by that? You sound monotone, you're Asian, you talk like this. You sound very anxious and you sound kind of beta, kind of like these Vancouver pickup artists. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Oh, cool. You sound like you're reading off a script, not like a high status man. So if you ever had a woman get bored and confused, right? Raise your hand if you're Asian. You need to sound emotionally stable. You need to sound like a guy who belongs in the room, like you're the one that women wants to be around. So if you get this, that's great. It's not just about what you say, it's how you say it. Whitewash tonality means you sound like you grew up here, not like you're still stuck in fucking Wuhan, right? Where COVID came from. You sound confident, not robotic. And you sound high status, like you're apologizing for existing. I mean, not like you're apologizing for existing. If you get called nice or cute, but never sexy, this is for you. So now let's talk about facial expressions. Too many Asians guys have what I call poker face or Botox face. When they start talking, their face is like, "Hey, I'm expressing myself. I'm Asian." That's barely moves, right? It's like Botox everywhere, barely moves in the face. So, like, what are the characteristics of the husband material frame? Um, well, there's a certain fashion that people wear, certain clothing that they wear. It's not characteristics; it's a physical appearance. So, if you dress like a Latino, but you're in the fuckboy frame or friend zone frame, right? You're not going to be husband material, then you're going to get rejected a lot, or you have to make like thousands of approaches. So it's more of the fashion that creates the framing. So, anyways, Botox face, blank stare, women cannot read you. They have no idea you're interested, confident, or just waiting for a bus. So if you ever looked in the mirror and realized you have zero facial expressions, then you're Asian. You need to show some real emotions, congruency. So let your face move. Smile with your eyes too. It's not just a fake smile like a Filipino, which is like, before they stab you in the back. Hey, I'm Filipino. Fake smile. Psycho eyes. Stab you in the back. So let women see that you're human, not a robot. And if you're willing to try this, that's great. Now, here's the big one, okay? Extreme ownership. Stop shifting blame. Stop making excuses. Stop saying, oh, it's because I'm Asian. Oh, women are just racist. Oh, I just need more time. No, own your results. If you get rejected, you own it. But if you mess up a set, own it. If you don't get results you want, you have extreme ownership. If you're ready to take ownership, pump your fist if you're Asian. There's not that many Asians here. Because here's the truth. You have the discipline to drill. You can implement feedback faster than almost anyone. You can rehearse the same routine until it's perfect. You can do that for the social skills flow drill, the 45-degree stance, the tonality imitation for the whitewashed over and over until second nature. But if you're willing to put in the work, nod your head. You also need to stop having a split ends at your fucking end of the hair. Use some fucking pomade in your hair and whitewash fashion, not like the Wuhan flu fashion, which will create xenophobia, fear or dislike of other people's culture. But if you pair your whitewash tonality with your whitewash fashion, like a ninja blending in with social stealth, but so you aren't in the out tribe, that's how you can win. You leverage your natural calibrations. You use your discipline. You master your whitewash tonality. You fix your facial expressions and you take extreme ownership. No more fucking excuses. No more blaming the system. No more blaming Hollywood for not showing much Asians in a positive light. No more blaming women for being racist. Just think about the results of my students. So if you're ready for that, raise your hand and say, let's fucking go. All right. So let's play some testimonials and hopefully the phone charge. Right? So excellent. All right. You grab the phone. All right. It looks like we have some battery life in it. Finally, this phone goes by very quickly. So hopefully somebody did not hack my fucking phone. Usually that drains the batteries. So having said that, all right, let's look at some Asian testimonials, okay? I have a lot of unreleased ones that I could post. But I'm just going to look over the testimonial page. Well, first of all, we'll just repost the other Asian guy who got like a stripper, right? Well, this one's fast. We might as well play it. This is from May, right? This is like May 17th.
It's just a few subtle differences in follow. I think all the differences in attraction, all of it, it's good to the universe to follow human attraction. All of it. It's totally nothing else matters. If you're not having you clicked, it does it, like it's awesome. So, oh my god, it feels good. It feels like these lines and dollars for this is what I'm here. Yes, it's a boundary that's what I'm here. I'm strong with it with going to go with my life. I'm not trying to go with it with it's amazing how like when you have points of balance, like it's a balance, really, really hard goal. Like there's no I thought that's my job was a week basis. I'm like, so
Let's play some more testimonials that are unreleased. Here's a guy that got like 15 lays, 5 models, 5 white girls, 2 actresses, and he married an actress. One of the 2 actresses he married, now he's a father. So it's hard to hear his voice. I had to change it because, so, however, I had to do that same kind of like, make it sound deeper, but there's no other choice. Your videos. I think I put 4 of them together. Let's listen to it. All right. So this one's unreleased.
I can see
I told you, husband material. Everyone wants to get married for all women. I mean, if I'm wrong about the husband material, how the fuck did this guy get 15 fucking lays? And he never fucked a white girl before. So how did he get 5? Why not the boyfriend frame? If you're Asian, you're short, or you're Indian, and you have an Indian accent and you dress like an Indian wash, why would she want to be your girlfriend? Getting embarrassed. So you don't fit in that frame. So you fit in a husband. You become the first place. It's like a nightclub. You go right to the front of the line with husband material because women wants to get married. It doesn't matter if they're younger or older. They all want to secretly get married. They don't. You're not gonna beat the tall white guy as the boyfriend. She's not gonna turn you, Gillard, into a like. You're not gonna be her boyfriend. So husband material is the only frame that you can fit into. Same with this guy who's 5'8" in Chinese. You know, this is the first lay. That's a model. First lay from Daygame training. You see that? He done it in 6 approaches. 1 to 6 approaches. It's not like a 10,000. Because of the husband material fashion, the hairstyle, and also drilling down the skills. Success leaves clues. So he took a RSD boot camp, did not get laid. So this is his first lay from, with a white girl ever. So let's see here. Yeah, sexualizing nonstop does not work. You better like fucking flirt instead. Yeah, because he was sexualizing, then she just left, right? That's the problem with sexualizing it nonstop. Try and be like a UMP or a white person. It's never gonna work. So at least it did not work for him at 5'8" and Asian. See, he's talking about 6 frames, husband material frame. See that? He's saying he changes fashion, everything like that, and it worked. You see that? Success leaves clues. His first lay with a white girl is whitewash fashion, husband material. Yeah, he went to Latin countries like an Asian passport bro, but now he finally gets a white girl. You know, like for real. Instead of just being passport bro, now he gets it for Daygame. Yeah, who cares about that? Here's another testimonial. This one's his third one that he made. This is all unreleased, by the way, so no one's ever heard it before. Yeah, Berlin, the easiest place in the world next to Thailand, because most people there are a bunch of hipsters. Second of all, they're socialist. They already have everything taken care of by the German government. Universities free, housing, everything, as long as they go on welfare. So that's socialism at its maximum. So women are only down to fuck in Berlin. It's super easy. They'll follow you anywhere. They don't give a fuck. So if you want the easiest place in the world, it's Berlin. Thailand, the second easiest. Because he got laid in one approach on the very first woman that he talked to. Okay, this is the same one. Okay, here's the last one.
All
right. This is the fourth testimonial.
Future testimonial for John Unit because he's really stating coaching in the world. Okay, after his coaching, it was coaching with him for maybe about 6 months. Okay, about 6 months time, was able to let at least 15 girls through the game.
Yeah.
About 150 people. Okay, and out of these 15 girls, 5 were blondes.
Yep.
I remember people were white, and these 5 were white girls, you know, like also Hungarian girl, or black Hungarian girl, Russian girl, told many very beautiful Russian girls, all told very good. Within 5 minutes of approaching, okay, like, okay, within 30 seconds of approaching, we made out, and then I pulled the bar, and then I pulled out people within about 5 to 15 minutes. And then the Turkish girl,
Yeah, you can see his results after all that. It's like 15 fucking lays in a row. So
even waitresses. One of the waitresses became a good friend to their group. So that's where I've not been.
see that? An actress, right? He closed 2 actresses in the trailer, and now he's gonna propose to one of them. And right now, he's a father with her. He has a daughter. So was that worth it? Was it worth it to get Elite Bundle 2, now called Elite Bundle Resurrections? Was it worth it? I mean, what kind of excuse can you get? And even if you're an unteachable case, eventually when you actually follow instructions, you'll get laid and married automatically.
Same because it's very difficult. I'm something about to teenagers. So
Yeah, because he was using Tinder, right? So he was using, some of my tips and stuff for Instagram, and he got another additional certain lays. But I don't count Tinder as lay count; it's a body count. So
people involved in small time to settle down. It's about family. You know, if you join the boss, you don't need a theory.
it's called the arrow science, but before it was called arrow theory. But it's not a theory; it's a science.
Calibrations also it's easy because
Yeah, because he was also taught the elite tonality mastery. He secretly was being taught first before everyone else. So I rolled it out to more people eventually, but he was taught all this stuff secretly.
it's tricky and it's to communicate with girls. To me, it's a fashion giving people for the people for years history, very the coach. And if you want to get results, you definitely need to social. And even the laws, coach being coached by John, sometimes I always shredding things like they used to make up Steve, and also with John Anthony. So bootcamp received over 2,000 USD and didn't get any results and 0 results again. To the bootcamp way for months, John Anthony's school countries also his this machine. 0 results. I move his stuff what I tried it again and again. I'm still implementable to so they implemented and I still get results. But this with John, I still got distracted. Sorry, John. I actually got distracted and I referred one to a UMP. Because the UMP was running, so I checked out their content. I tried to implement everything that they got. I only get any results, so they taught me how to set
So UMP does not work for him, being 5'8", Chinese.
straight me on it. It just don't blow out. Well, it just didn't work. It's all you need to be calling that. It just didn't work. Telling me the UMP stuff that's not working. So, and here's the thing, even if you're already a student of John, sometimes when you're going through the thing, inevitably, are you sure? Like, it's so simple, because John makes it so simple and so easy to do. And sometimes you're like, are you sure it's that simple?
He's saying the system is so simple that you cannot believe that is that easy. And it works.
And simple, which you pull in, like, you should have got a few students for 50 something college, and then for 80 friends. You want to be from your German girls, right? It's almost like, are you sure it's so simple? And honestly, like, sometimes I'm very skeptical myself. They're training We should put minutes, we need 5 minutes, we need 15 minutes, we need 30 minutes. Okay, and we did the first approach, especially the given time that in breeding. But we did the first approach, or we had the rest of the video, or like we got dating and we baked and everything. So, like, the more I start taking excuses, I realize they really works. So just trust the process, know that John really knows his stuff, like he really knows his stuff on day game, on dating, like he really knows what he's doing. And just trust the process, trust him as a coach, and he will have you get the results that you want. Just
Wasn't that great? So that's 4 testimonials. That's unreleased. Eventually, I will release these testimonials. But 15 fucking lays, 5 models, 5 white girls, 2 actresses, married an actress, is a father now. Was that worth it? So if you're being a bad student, right, and you don't follow instructions, this guy was a bad student because he followed UMP, other coaches. He did it their way, and then it failed the first approach. He got completely blown out, and he's like, okay, are you ready to do it my way? Fucking late and won the 6 approaches. All right, go back to another white dating coach, UMP. Oh, it did not work, right? Sexualizing is bullshit. Learn how to flirt. Did it my way, gets laid again. Get it? Won the 6 approaches. Oh, you want to fucking, sexualize it? You want to, like, DHV stories, like, tall self-proclaimed coaches? Oh, you fucked up. Women don't believe you for your DHV stories. Oh, go back to Johnny Elite, fucking another lay with a white girl. Get it? Oh, Mystery said, no, you're supposed to do, like, multiple dates or something, and you need 10 hours watch time. Nope, gets laid in 10 minutes. It's like, white people should shut the fuck up. Right? White dating coach needs to shut the fuck up because they have no idea what they're talking about. It's like, oh, nobody has results like me, or whatever, the best results in the industry. No, you don't. I get fucking way more fucking pickup lay testimonials than they ever will have. Like, fucking, not just 50 times, 100 times more, way, way more than they'd have. So they need to shut the fuck up. They have no idea what they're talking about. Everyone can brag, but people just don't have the student receipts like I do. They don't. So I'll play one more Asian testimonial that talks about the husband material frame. This guy only had 1 lay before, and he's very good looking. So looks did not matter for this Asian guy, which is very surprising. Let me see if I can find it. We'll play one more. We can play a lot, right? Because there's so many Asian students late. But I'm just scrolling down through all the testimonials. There's just way too many. Can't even fucking find it. Shit. Okay, let me try again. Okay, pay attention, pay attention. Alright, here's one. This one's good.
So I have been 5 years old from China. I just thought my Chinese pride. I want to listen. 我在经济考在科技上，所以我永远都是中国人，我是中国爷们儿。Anyway, basically, Chinese pride. She was at good height as an Olympic fish. I was Chinese. She really not. The US is so really tough out here for stations and dating. What isn't dating or online? So with simple pickup, that's some confidence she does. Ouch. Yeah, 0 results. Bad. Lots of things. I tried a Tinder. Yeah, I got some matches, but everything.
Isn't that crazy? On Tinder, he didn't even get a fucking lay from it or any dates by being Chinese. And even though he's super good looking, he's like better looking than other dating coaches that are Asians.
It's ridiculous. I think there's something about East Coast or something that I think even if these like pictures are so bad, I don't know my text thing is so bad, but I got 0 results, 0 dates, even not just 0 dates from to any online dating. Yeah, this is crazy. But yeah, I don't do it anymore. But yeah, that's what it is. Anyway, and then I just remember just the way he's getting. Yeah, he's really flashing and romance and touching, stuff like that. Yeah, and that's what I tried. I got his product.
Yeah, Justin Wayne's romantic flirt does not work. You see that? He did not fit in the boyfriend girlfriend frame. He was actually in the friend zone frame for a long time, and then he was hanging around with this woman for like 6 months before she became his girlfriend. And so it's not exactly effective.
I dated to a girl home after 2 years of protest. Eventually, I got the lady. No, she became my girlfriend like the day after came after like it's I enjoy myself, yeah, but she really count as dating. It's more like social single game, you know, the traditional dating, whatever thing, but yeah, it's definitely not dating. I guess we're both in college, right? So we're in the same social circles like that. And so I did like hundreds of approaches before that. It was like 1%, like a success rate. And you count it as success. Anyway, thanks again for joining me on YouTube. And really explain, right? Just watching it, what just the way others method doesn't work. And I like theories and that thing. My goal at times is to have like consistent results without minimal approaches. You want to step approach. John had testimonials of that from his students. Got Elite Bundle and Elite Access. So the first minute was only Elite Bundle. I had it in a month with Elite Access. And yeah, I got delayed with a cute white girl with basically one day with only 3 approaches. That was, yeah, she was third level, which is pretty cool, very cool. So my experience with John, I'm actually one of the very slow ones, to be honest. There's many reasons, but it still only took 2 months compared to years with other people's methods. And I felt that for the first month, I improved a little bit, but I was really slow to adapt because I had years of just bad habits from my past approaching or just in life. I was hunching all the time, and I didn't follow John's teaching completely because of my just mental filter. Yeah, I didn't realize that before John told me. Even despite those, I was able to consistently clean without Lego by the end of the month. That 1 month without elite access. It was pretty cool. And technically that day, you didn't get access by the end of the month, but yes, it's like it shows how good elite access is. Anyway, the second month, the external situation got a little more interesting or tougher, I should say. Basically, my girl came back, my boyfriend, and lived with me now. It would slow down the play problems a little bit, but yeah, so I got the access, and I actually didn't do any approaches for the entire month, only drills because I didn't have a place to.
You see that? He only did drills and he still got laid. How is that possible? So that really debunks it. And he only made like a couple approaches and he got laid in like 3 approaches. So it's not about mass approaching. That's fucking crazy. It's like trying to shoot a basketball in the free throw line as hard as you can without working on the skills. This way is better. Work on the skills and you'll sink those baskets.
Right. I had to basically wait till my girl to go out, or I have to sneak out. Yeah, everything. Even despite that, I knew that the access really boosted my training so much because John was always there for me. He still is. I really wish I got the access from the start. You know, because he actually suggested I get it from the start, but I didn't listen. Then my buddy came to visit, meet, and we're very good friend of mine. And he got a hotel, and he let me pool at his hotel, which I'm really grateful for. So I started approaching again. Despite that, I was able to get the lady from the first couple of days just approaching with really minimal approaches per day. Basically, what happened on the approach was that particular one is that approach. We talked. We went on a little walk and talk for about 30 minutes, and we arranged for the date the same night. I followed the John's social flow drill, and it really connected with her. I could feel it. It was magical. And I'm pretty sure she felt it too. We went back to my friend's hotel room, and boom, that's where the magic happened. And I want to say, like, everything John taught me was used. The body language, facial expression, fashion, hairstyle, facial grooming, even inner game, objection dealing, muscle building. There's so much more. Yeah. Afterwards, she told me actually I was very sexy with my body, and she said I have a little swagger going on, which the body's probably from the John's workout plan.
So why does he sound like AI? It's not the AI. It's just I have to cover this, right? Does that make sense? It's not because it's AI, right? So you're asking a question, why am I covering their voice? What if this guy is already married and he cannot like put this stuff out there? Then I have to cover their voice. What if the other guy who had 15 lays, 5 models, 5 white girls, what if he's a public figure, a millionaire, who has billionaire friends? Does that make sense? So for the other guy, you said, why does he sound like AI, the 21-year-old? He's not AI. He's not. He's actually, he's a Latino student. So I can text him right now. That's a misconception. Are you online right now? So Well, see if he responds later on. I could just phone him, right? He talks like that. So because he's Asperger's, he has a diagnosis for Asperger's syndrome for autism. So they kind of sound kind of like that. But yeah, so
Science, social science, social calibration. It's basically what she's talking about. I really notice these things. It's the side effect of all these training classes that as a side effect, and with clipping cars, it's really my value. Those like, so what about value? Why is that? Because I know because some of the added values stays with me even if I lose all the materialistic things. So what stays with me? Like my inner game, like body language, facial expression, flirting, teasing, how to do this, muscles, even looks. Yeah, he improved my looks as well. Something like that. Facial looks, yeah. And I noticed it because I noticed my attraction, the attraction for my girl, long-time girlfriend has actually gone up a lot. Just showing through her penis and also effort at sex. Yeah, that was pretty cool. It's like I never expected that. And John said, relationship is really about value. If your value is higher, then girl would, oh, they don't want to, leave you no matter what. So, like a bigger goal in dating and life is to raise my overall value as high as I can. And John has really helped me a lot. And hopefully he'll continue to help me later on. So, even though I would say there are only several big categories for values that John talks about, like looks, social skills, social calibration, money, etc.
yeah, I don't have to help him later on. He's already married, or maybe possibly. I'm not saying that he is, but he doesn't want people to know. But let's say hypothetically, he might already be married, so it doesn't even matter anymore. So
and tells him he wants for so much of it. It's very complex. And how do you raise those things is very important. And honestly, and he's also continuing to explore new ways, better ways to raise those values. And even without innovating, because he's a true innovator, he's still doing tons of stuff. So yeah, what I'm saying is he's already light years ahead of everybody, way ahead, even without innovating. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so that's why John's really the best, literally. Because of these things that you find. I want to be a little bit philosophical now because John's value creation is really not zero sum. He's not taking other people's value. He gives like students like me, really raising the whole value and working at John's home. That's really is bringing like a positive value to the whole world. He's not just making positive impact for his students, but to the whole world because including his women have amazing experiences through the values of us students. That's pretty cool. And on the other hand, also less students, less women will be tuned out by.
okay, so basically that's Asians. Let's talk about next ethnicity. Okay, let's talk about bench-hold Indians. I mean Indians. Okay, if you're Indian, lean in right now and pump your fist, ready to hear the truth. You guys have some serious strengths and you need to use them. First of all, let's talk about the logical mindset. You can't break things down, analyze, and understand systems, right? You're a fast adapter, especially in short bursts. But when you focus, you can pick things up very quickly. If you know that you can learn something fast, when you actually care, nod your head. Not like the Indian head nod, but you get what I'm saying? I'm just joking around, right? So it's just I'm just joking around, right? So don't cancel me. But it's funny. Indians are like they love it. But you also have the ability to visualize whitewashed with fashion with my help, right? Because it does not look like a bench hold fashion. Throw on a blazer and get the right haircut, the right pants, the dress shirt with my help of elite access, and suddenly you look whitewashed and not invisible. If you'd ever seen yourself in the mirror after a styled upgrade and thought, damn, I look good, raise your hands for the bench-hold Indians. Unfortunately, the person here cannot raise their hands because they're still in India, so they cannot train under me. Way better than your curly hair, your bench-hold beards, your unibrow, your pink flannel shirts, and tapered dark jeans with sneakers nobody likes. But here's the thing. Your strategic focus has to be on acting immediately. You have a small window of focus. So you need to go all in for the knockout early when you day game. Don't wait around and get ADHD and get stuck in analysis paralysis. When you learn something, implement them right away. If you ever wasted time bench holding, I mean overthinking, and you lost your momentum, shake your head left and right with the Indian nod and laugh at yourself. No, I'm just joking. Okay, I gotta stop doing that. You need to see that. You gotta see progress fast. That's how you stay motivated. When you get a new drill, a new tactic, a new place of feedback, go out and use it on the same day. If you get it, then give it a thumbs up. So let's talk about fashion. Upgrade your look. Go for the whitewash husband material fashion. So that way you can raise it to 4 out of 10 perceived natural status. This is not just about looking good, it's about raising your status to 4 out of 10. And if you ever felt invisible or ignored, it's probably because you didn't look the part. You look more like a benchoed Indian. Change your fashion and watch how people start to treat you differently. You no longer get xenophobia, the fear and dislike of other people's culture, or Indian hate when you're in Toronto and in Brampton, or you colonize all of Toronto and everyone fucking hates your guts, where everyone thinks you're rude, annoying, and you know, smelly colonizers. No offense, but I'm just saying. Like, I'm being base as fuck. Somebody needed to say it. Who doesn't assimilate. You're willing to try this, nod your head. Here's the trap for Indians: ADHD and overwhelm. You start strong and then you get distracted for 3 weeks at a fucking time, you disappear. Bench holding. Then you start overthinking and you suddenly you're black pilled and you're attacking yourself. And then you raise your hands right now if that sounds like you. And all of the Indians will raise your hand. You need to take control. Supplements can help. Ashwagandha, which is from India, and other ADHD supplements. Whatever you need to keep your emotions in check and your mind sharp. And don't let yourself spiral into delusions, because don't start making excuses or blaming outside factors. If you feel yourself slipping, then you got to refocus. Don't get delusional. Don't bench hold. Don't start thinking you're smarter than my system. And whatever you do, don't try to hack the fucking process. This is not a coding problem. You can't shortcut your way to results. Just follow the proven steps of my coaching and trust the process that's proven to work. Stay coachable. So if you're the kind of guy who always wants to optimize or find a better way, stop. Do what works. Do it now. So if you're ready to stop overthinking and start doing, pump your fist in the air, right? Do an Indian head nod. That's joking. Remember, logic is a superpower that you have, but you should use it to implement, not to stall. Your fashion is a weapon. Upgrade it and watch your SMV shoot up to 4 out of 10. And your ability to adapt, that's why you have your edge. Use it for action, not excuses. So if you're ready to own your results and raise your hand and say, let's go. So, all right, let's just play an Indian testimonial. We'll move on. All right. I have 2 Indian testimonials. So, one guy, let's just see on Google Drive if it's there. Yeah, one Indian student got married. Let me see if it's on the second YouTube channel. Oh shit, it's not on there, but I better start yeah, I got it. One guy got married, so here's the London guy, right? We'll just play this one quickly first. He got laid like very recently too, on May. So, and then we'll play the other ones. Right here.
I just wanted to share my experience with the program, changing life. I've heard a lot about coaches, or charity, different sounds and say, so you change your life, you need to put your what I think is the themselves is the was just the especially one point, and then just well, I actually lead first what goes and it's just quite a change for me in the body of your day, because it was thought to be possible, and in my home, it's around the home. True, God races. You need experiences. Okay, this is the race. Why does it create? guys try to tell it's follow me. What's its name? She did the wings. Even if you guys, it's probably something if you guys want to get me, it's all good. And I can believe it. So I heard my confidence going over. And so, was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome and autism as well. So it's always very difficult to reach Jaws and to even try to go through the results of this thing. It's crazy, but actually achieve this. Even telling me the story is very emotional for me because I never thought it would be possible. I never thought it would be possible to speak like I was speaking to you without stuttering, without confidence. And I was trying to tell me because he has tested everything. And when I first told him I was interested, he told me to get this program, which is totally brutal too, which includes elite theoretical zero, and this is a social skills program, which taught me how to talk, how to talk about language, and he also gives me how to draw. So this helped me a lot. And he also gets a playbook, Rebuttal 2. So the playbook teaches you how to game, and also gets slides and how to draw. And this was good because I could text John on WhatsApp and counsel, and this actually helped me a lot actually to what I should do to counsel with them, to guide me. And John focuses on minorities as well, because my lots of students also have a lot of success on these things. So minorities, whether they're Jewish, black, Italian, Romanian, or Asian, Chinese, Indonesian, Filipino, Indian, and especially Indian. So I think this is something difficult, this is something difficult actually. I tried girlfriend, even a white girlfriend in the country, but I managed to get this. So definitely working with this. What I have to also got for the program was the fact that I really had a lot of focus and really liked it. Not have a very good fidelity. I would have a very bad accent, and nobody would understand me. Nobody else followed me. So with the fidelity master course, it helped me to improve my fidelity, and it helped me to gain a lot of focus, confidence. And when I joined the inner circle, I got even more videos. I was even more of a secret sauce than the arrow system. But John has been developing for years, and while this is good, it's really good to learn. But the real proof is in the results. And I saw John the improve yesterday, and I'm very happy. I feel like I'm learning right now, and I believe it's possible because I have done it once already, and I have done it once already, so I believe it's possible that I can do it again now. I can try my dream go through. So thank you, John. Thank you for everything you've taught me. Thank you for being there as my coach and answering the messages when I asked for help. And thank you for showing me that being Indian is not the end. I want to say this message to all the Indian guys that you can become more than the funny guy that talking about speaking become. And not like a Big Bang Theory. The only funny guy, the nerdy guy, you get me the attractive guy, that's one girl. And thank you, John, for sharing that.
Last call. Your final chance to join the May 5-day challenge for Daygame. This is the last.
Okay, so let's play another Indian guy. A lot of people disappeared because I criticized Indians. And I imitated them, but you know, I'm just saying, like, fucking laugh at yourselves once in a while. Have a fucking sense of humor, right? Because Indians love it when I imitate their accent. They laugh at it. So who gives a shit? Um, see, here's a student that got married. So let's see if I find him. Yeah, this one.
Hi, I'm a former student of John, and I wanted to give this video testimonial. John's been very helpful to me, and I started out in the game many years ago, and I went through a bunch of coaches. I've been through a bunch of boot camps, and nothing really was working for me. However, I discovered John eventually, and I found his advice very practical and very real. He, at least for me, eliminated all the BS advice out in the dating game and he picks specifically like advice that works better for tall, good-looking white guys, and not like low SMB guys like myself. I am not white. I'm bald. I stutter, and so John tailored that advice to guys like me. He told me to wear inserts. He advised me on improving my fashion. I would send him photos of the clothes that I wear, and then he would give me feedback. He told me exactly which accessories to get and which like suit go or style thing to get, and that was very helpful. I would also, his weekly video streams were also very helpful for him. I would sit on quite a lot of those and ask questions when I felt necessary. He would also reach out to me, just check up on my progress in the game. He does take a very strong interest in all his students, and he wants me to do well. He wants all his students to be very successful, and so I appreciate that aspect about him, that he has personal investment in all his students. I got married a month ago to a wonderful woman. I got married on November 9th, and I'm happily married. I've been dating my wife for 2 years. Even though I met her online, I use a lot of the techniques that John has said, like the confidence stuff and how to deal with women, and that was helpful in me continuing to date my wife and get a second and third date and get into a relationship with her and such. I would encourage any guys, any non-white ethnicity, to coach with John. I think he's and the important thing is to do what he says and just trust in the process, and you will get there. I wish you the best of luck, and thank you, John, for helping me in my life, and I hope part of my success of my wonderful life too. Thanks. Bye.
That's cool, right? So let's see. Another Indian person. I know you guys are bored, right? Nobody likes Indians. That's the truth. Indians piss everyone off. I know that. I know that. Let's not lie to ourselves. Nobody likes Indians, but they like my students who are Indians. So here's another Indian student. I just kicked this guy out. So how about I play another student? This one that not kick out. This one's good. This guy talks about husband material fashion. He got married. So let's hear it.
Everyone, so I'm very distinct for John Elliott. I have been a student of John Elliott for a very long time, and under his training, I just got married recently with a girl who is better, who has a high better scale than me. And I'm not sharing any pics right now because I'm not comfortable to share my pics in his channel or his website. But if you want to see my daily pics, you can check out other videos. So last year, I took in 2020, I took Elite 16 training under John, and I also took John Elite Access training. So these trainings have changed my life. Like these are very powerful training. I learned a lot of high income skills and how to be productive, how to change your life, how to get more salary, and of course how to be better at dating. So because of him only, because of him only, I was able to find someone I like, and I married. I was able to find a girl who I like, and we got married recently. So this is for all the Indian students that for all the Indian students who are suffering in their dating life. So John has the exact algorithm. Like he knows exactly how Indian guys can succeed in dating life. If you are an Indian guy, I'm quite sure you are suffering in your dating life, right? Especially if you are an Indian guy in Western world. So John has a very specific formula for that, and I applied his formula and I got success, and I got a lot of success. I got a lot of chase under him, and of course I just got married recently. So. So for Indian guys, for example, Indian guys have a variable SMP. Like for example, if you're a white guy, you have 10 out of 10, like based on your race, right? If you consider your race, like there is something called as status based on your race. So white guys have 10 out of 10, 10 out of 10 points. They get 10 out of 10 points, but Indian guys they get only 2 out of 10 points. But Indian guys have variable SMP. John told me that if you're an Indian guy, you are 2 out of 10, but you can raise your SMP by working on your hairstyle and by working on your dressing sense, by dressing properly. Like this blazer, John selected for me. Like you can see the watch, John selected for me. So these things there is your value, and it's easier for you to be easier
Yeah, he's wearing the same fashion as all my other students, same haircut, everything.
for you to succeed in dating life. Now, one of the things Indian guys, which only John has figured out, is like Indian guys they kind of like a different race. Initially, like I look like a Middle Eastern guy. So what John did was he selected a specific dress for me, and using that dress, I started looking like a Middle Eastern guy. So my points based upon my race, they are now 6 out of 10. Right? Like a white guy has 10 out of 10, a Middle Eastern guy has 6 out of 10, Indian guy has 2 out of 10. But he selected a dress for me in such a way that now I look like a Middle Eastern guy. So now I get 6 out of 10 points based on my race. So that's a magic which only John can do this. So for every Indian guy, right? Every Indian guy you should come to John. You should raise your status. Because no matter how much you work hard, right? No matter how much books you read, how much courses you join, what to say, what not to say, you say become lines, all those things, they're not going to work until and unless you increase your status. So Indian guys, you should come to John. He will increase your status. He will make you look like a different race, and he will increase your points. For
Mm.
example, even if you don't look like a different race, but if you are very properly whitewashed, if you are dressed nicely, you can raise your.
You see that? Whitewashed. That's what got him married.
You will get 4 to 10 points or 5 out of 10 points, right? So this is why I highly recommend John. His programs, Edit 60 and John Edit Access, they have changed my life. They have changed many lives. And before getting married, believe me or not, guys, I got laid with every race. I got laid with a girl belonging to every other race. Like a white girl, a Latina girl, Asian girl. I also pulled black girl, everyone. I got laid with every other race.
Yeah, I got him laid with every race.
But since most of the guys they have a playboy lifestyle, they want to settle down. That's why I took a decision, and under John's training, I found a partner of mine, and I found someone, and I got married recently. So sorry for my broken English, but and what else? So yeah, in addition to this, during COVID, right? During COVID, I was going to lose my job. So John told me about how I can. He taught me sales skills and high income skills, and he told me what exactly I should do to save my job. So I did exactly that. I used the sales skills which he taught me in the beginning 16. Then he also told me what are the high.
Yeah, it's called Elite 60A, right? High income skills. He made $500,000 this year already. So that's his income. I actually know $600,000. Isn't that crazy? And this is net income after what I taught him. All these skills together. It does matter.
Skills I should focus on. And then I did not lose my job, and then so what happened was I did not lose my job. currently I'm working in that job, and during COVID I'm earning a good salary. This is only because of John. Like otherwise I have to get the paycheck, monthly paycheck from Canadian government if John would have not been there. So what else John has helped me? He and for John, like use his exact formula. Like he has very specific formula for every guy. So when contacting me, he will tell you what just follow his guidance and you will get laid. Like there is no chance he won't get laid. You follow his formula, you get laid. As simple as that. It's like he has a specific algorithm for every student of every race based on his looks, height, muscles, everything. He told me about I also followed his workout plan and it worked very nicely. He also told me about some especially for Indian guys who don't have Indian accent. Indian accent, he had me. My accent was worse. My vocal communication skills they were worse than before. So he told me how to work on. So on my accent, how to work on my vocal skills. So all these things helped in succeeding in my dating life. So the accent training I did not follow properly, but if you follow the accent training by John, you will sound like an English guy, like an American guy. Now just imagine an Indian guy who has an Indian accent and an Indian guy who has a Western accent. He's talking like an American guy who has a higher value, right? An Indian guy with American accent. So John has specific programs for that. He knows how you can work on your accent. I did not do it because of laziness. I'm like one of his college students. He calls me any possible case, but it works. Whatever training he says, it works. Like I followed only 20 to 30% of his training. Like 60 to 70% of his training I did not follow. So still I got so much results. But just imagine if I had worked harder and follow his training step by step without any resisting. If I was very teachable, then I could have had more success. Right? So always. So if you are a student of John, if you are suffering in your dating life, even if you think you are having any problems, even if you think you don't have high income skills, you're not able to find a job or anything, go to John. He knows what you can do right now to make money to survive during COVID. In fact, he's the only dating coach can got guys results during COVID. Like guys, many of my friends who are training under John, they got laid during COVID. So it's a magic what John can do that. So don't resist, just contact John right now. He's like your best friend. And sometimes I had many problems. I faced many problems in my career, in my life, and many things. John was always there to help. He will tell you more than he will charge you. Like for John and Elite Access, we are supposed to ask one question only, right? But sometimes when I'm in some problem, he will spend at least 1 to 2 hours to solve my give me a solution. So nobody does that, right? So guys, just contact John, join his program, join Skype calls, John Elite Access. He likes to help people. He does not care about money, right? I could have lost my job right now. Like I'm jobless. In fact, I was going to be kicked out of my apartment. Like 1 month back, I got a notice that I need to leave my apartment. But John helped me, and under his training, I was not kicked out of my apartment, and I got my job back, and I also got married. So follow him. He will be a good mentor and a very good friend. And sometimes he's very harsh. Sometimes you may not like his language, but it's good. It's because he wants us to take action, right? He has to be strict, he has to be harsh, so that his students take action, right? So that's why he's the best mentor you can get under him. Like he's the best one you can find in this world. He's the best dating coach in the world, no matter what. Like you can never find someone who's better than him. For an Indian guy, there's a specific algorithm which John knows. Which there's a specific algorithm for Indian guys, Asian guys, Latino guys, all type of guys. And using that algorithm, you will get results. You will get laid in your dating life. You will directly get results just following. So again, I'm telling you, I was going to get fired by my company. I was going to lose my apartment, and because of John, I got my job back. I did not lose the apartment. I was not kicked out, and I got married. I'm just telling this again. Otherwise, I don't know what would happen to me. So whatever he predicts, right, in 3-4 months, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. It turns out to be true. Like if only he will tell you, okay, after 4 months, this will happen. This will happen to you. You get results in 4 months or 6 months, or after 4 months, you're going to have some problem in your life. After next 3-4 months, you're going to whatever he says, right, it turns out to be correct. Every 3-4 months, it turns out to be correct, right? So never ignore his advice. And also, whenever I ignored his advice, it was in my face. I like in 3-4 months, whatever he told, it was correct. Like it blew up in my face. Whatever he told, if I do not agree with him, after 3-4 months, it blows up in my face. It turns out to be true. So I think he has some kind of psychic powers. I'm telling it seriously.
Of course.
He says it turns out to be true. Everything is based on statistics, algorithms, and facts. There is no unnecessary bluff or anything. The hairstyle, your workout plan, how to raise your height using elevator shoes, right? How to look like a different race. Like I now look like a Middle Eastern guy, right? How to work on an accent. I did not know that, but I regret not doing that. Like maybe I should work on my accent. I should have worked on my accent along with social skills. And it's not about game also, right? Like John is the only John tells it's not about game. It's about your social skills, your emotional intelligence, how you can talk to random people, how you can be comfortable talking to a person. All these things they add up. And once you add these things advice. It will like a stack building on top of each other, and then you will get success. Then you will get a lot of success. Like just follow his advice. Don't resist whatever he's telling. He has a specific program for specific guy. Like if you go to John, he will exactly you need to work on your height or muscles, or you need to work out more. You need to work on your hairstyle, dressing skills, maybe high income skills. Sometimes you need high income skills to succeed in daily life, right? So he will tell you what exactly you need based on where you are. So he knows more about his students, more than students about themselves, right? He knows more about the students than the student themselves. So just follow his advice. It will be a custom advice made for you based on your situation, based on your race, based on wherever you are right now, and you will always go up from that. So yeah, this was my testimonial for John, and I hope it helps you, and I hope you join him. Just save some money and join his coaching. You will be successful. You will thank me. You thank him later. This will be one of the best decisions of your life. Believe me, guys. Getting mentored by John is the best decision I made in my life, and I hope you also make this decision. Hi everyone.
Pretty good, right? Husband material, all this other stuff. Let's talk about the next ethnicity, okay? We're going to talk about black students. If you're black, lean in. Pump your fist and give me a fist bump. If you're ready for real talk, you guys basically have some undeniable strengths. Protector status, height. You walk in the room, people notice. You got a high charisma and you got presence. But you're socially bold. You can build momentum fast and escalate super hard. Right? Here's the thing. A lot of black guys try to coast on with charisma and escalation with SMV alone, a height and big muscles. You think you can just show up and be charming and the results will come. No. Sometimes it works, sometimes not consistently. If you ever felt like your results hit or miss, it's hit or miss, right? Give yourself a nod. Okay? Let's get real about fashion and grooming. The way you present yourself matters. You need to upgrade your look. Go for a clean fade and more, like no more Negro wash style. No more big afros and big sideburns. No baggy clothing like from the fucking 90s. You need a whitewash, clean, high status look. And if you ever looked in the mirror and thought, oh, I could clean this up, raise your hand. Because it's not about erasing your culture. It's about playing the game to win. You will want to be seen as high value and not just another face in the crowd. You want women to see that you're husband material and not just a fun guy. If you're willing to step up your grooming and style, that's great. Train with me. Now, don't fall into the trap of relying only on your charisma for your SMV. I see this all the time. You get attention, you get some numbers, but you don't get consistent lays. You have to build skills. You have to drill it down. You have to learn the system. And if you know that you've been winging it for too long, nod your head. Because study the testimonials from other black students who have gone through my program, see what actually works, model their success. Most of my best white students drills down the skills a lot more. Okay, I mean, most of the best black students, I wrote it wrong. Boost your believability index. If you ever doubt it, if it worked for you, look at the proof. I got so many like late testimonials of black students. You think this was some BLM riot or I was just joking, or BET. I got a hood pass so I can say shit like that because I'm related to black people. So if you're ready to stop doubting and you start modeling success, raise your hand if you're black and proud. The next big thing is emotional control. This is big. You can't let yourself get carried away with over escalation. No drama, no ego trips, no narcissistic flexing. If you ever fucked up a set because you got too cocky, you got too emotional, and you get it. You need to be more socially calibrated. You need to be emotionally stable. That's how you get your dick wet consistently, not just get lucky once in a while. You can't spend money like you're Mike Tyson spending money before it goes out of style, or you will be broke as a joke. If you want to be the guy who gets results every week, not just once in a while, pump your fist and focus on the fundamentals. Upgrade your fashion, dial in your grooming, and follow the system. Study the testimonials. Control your emotions. Don't rely on natural talent. Build real skills. And if you're ready to take on your results to the next level, and you want to get laid more, raise your hand and say, let's fucking go. So let's see, a black testimonial. One student has 100 lays or something. I can read his testimonial over here. John Elite. I probably don't show up on Google anymore, so I'm probably on the third fucking page. Oh shit, I'm not even on the third page. I'm like on the fucking fourth page or something. Well, that's not good. I'm on the fifth page. What the fuck? It disappeared. Alright. Oh, who gives a shit? Alright. So, for his testimonial, I have it over here for a screenshot. Where is it? Ah, over here. So, this is a black student with 100 lays. That's a screenshot over there. So what does it say? Oh yeah, I got 100 plus lays using your stuff for sure. But exactly. But imagine what else you can accomplish if you learn more from me. And then you should ignore this part, but he says, you gotta give me some clues about those 5 element stuff. I keep dreaming about it. Just give me the clues, low, not the whole thing. He wants to learn more of my system, the secret techniques for that. Not just like, not like just for intermediate or advanced. He wants the expert level stuff. And I was like, nope, I'm not gonna teach you that 5 elements game. That's secret. But I have his testimonial here. I'm not sure if I can find it, but I know we're going a little bit over time, right? But until I get I'll just put black. Okay, so I think this is the testimonial. I got several of them. I'm not sure which one is it. Let's see.
Hi guys, to make this testimonial for journaling, to give them it's coming up my life this time. So the last time I made testimonial, I talk about how thanks to the journey game and the interview, I was basically able to have threesome and limited for girlfriends at the same time. And I was starting to give you an update of
Yeah, 4 girlfriends at the same time.
things coming up since. Just wanted to say that for a while, talk for a while because I let those things in the last time get to my head. And I was not being teachable anymore. I was not listening anymore to the things was telling me, so I was thought of the program sadly. But recently I came back to give him an update. And in the last 3 months, the last time I was in the program, I was basically able to get 3 more results. And I had approximately 10 more in 3 months. And at the moment, I wanted to kind of point out on the things that really make Johnny Lee different as a coach. Because I've been gaming for such a long time. I don't consider myself a beginner anymore, but John is so much advanced. He's so many light years ahead of most other people in the community that you really have to take it seriously because he's one in a lifetime type of genius when it comes to dating. John is so good in the concept that he gives me, that he now allows me to pretty much close on the first date almost every time. And spend less money on dates. Keep girls around without really spending that much money. Having 3, 4 different girlfriends at the same time. Don't mind sharing me. And basically, just be able to have threesomes pretty much regularly at this moment. See that? Also, that's really what's really interesting to me is that you don't need to have a bootcamp to really improve when you use joining system because if you just get immediate access, it's way better than a bootcamp and switching because a bootcamp is only 3 days. And after those 3 days, you're pretty much fucked because you're by yourself. Whereas if the journey leads, you have 1 year, 365 days of talking to him on the phone every single day where he can give you advice and adjust what you need to hear step by step, day by day. And there's nothing really better than that when it comes to coaching. Those guys, let me tell you guys, I have a lot of experience in this community and those guys were proposing camps and stuff like that. Those guys basically are just trying to sell you a dream. They're trying to make money from you. Because boot camp will not do anything to your game, really. It won't. The 3 days, 6 months, make a long-lasting change.
Give it a thumbs up.
That's what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted to say. Also, besides that, you have so many guys who are going for coaches that are not really of the same stereotype as them. If you are a short or an Asian or a black guy, you have no business learning from a tall white guy, really, because those guys are just basically vibing in, using the value, kind of just vibing, just see what happens. Whereas with the journey system, the journey gaming style, you literally have to build the skill. You can't rely on your passive value, really. And you really have to know all the subtleties of when to talk to the girl, why are you talking to the girl, when can you risk
He's wearing the blazer, whitewash fashion, whitewash hairstyle, yeah, same shit, right? It's like success leaves clues. They all do the same shit.
when can you actually up to 6 nights, that's very important. And there's things that have done made a big difference. But it's on more than 60 days of job and pretty much a little bit over a year. Yeah, I'm saying this is the best investment I ever made. Best investment I ever made after more than 18 years in this community learning game. This is the best investment I ever made. Guys, if you don't take the coaching job, you pretty much in full at spam because there's no question is best. It's a no-brainer. Really, and to me, any third tier price is cheap. The access is extremely cheap. To have access to it every single day, access to this prayer and this world of thinking. Because it's a genius at this rate. So guys, if you have the opportunity, go and join the job. It's a no-brainer, really. And really, what I wanted to say that I almost forgot. It goes beyond the pickup because I was kind of stuck with my family.
Yeah, but that's one black student, 100 lays, like fucking 4 girlfriends at the same time, and like 3 threesomes or something like that. It's typical. I'm not saying that all students are like that, but I have a lot of students that have over 100 lays with my coaching. Is not like unheard of. So, yeah, exactly. So, success leaves clues. I'll play another black student testimonial who has um like over 20 or something, 30 lays or something like that. So I know it's getting late, right, for some of you, especially in the Eastern time zone, but I want to finish what I started. So I know some of you passed out already. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna do it anyways. So maybe I can make some nice videos recutting afterwards. So here's another student. See, 20 plus lays. Yeah. All right. Here's a black student again. United States. So he's in the Air Force for the United States. So he might be on the bombing run on Iran right now. Who knows, right? But if he's finished with his stuff, I hope he comes back because he was drafted to the army and he had to be away for 4 years. But this is more than 4 years now. So let's hear what he has to say. So that was him and her in the shower. You can see their legs and stuff, with a white girl.
Just because it's great for me. We should twice. And we hung out maybe with you twice. And I know that I hit her up one day, and that's it. We hung out, and I wanted to come over, and she was giving me all these crazy notions that I really had no idea what to say. So that's when now I texted you through the John Lead access, and I'm screenshotting it. And from those few screenshots, you let me know exactly what to text her, and I just copy and pasted it. And when I did that, she ended up coming out, and she said, "I'll be there after work." Now that one was funny. I remember just laughing at that. And then when she got came over, like after 20 minutes, got the land John. Because if I didn't have that elite access, I definitely would not have got that land. So I want to say thank you a lot for helping me with that in the moment when I needed it. So I'm telling y'all, if y'all don't have that elite access, you need to get it. Just because he'll help you in real time, like when you're doing something or you're stuck, he'll either respond and help you maneuver so that you're able to get it in and you're actually learning from it as well. So next time I run into a girl that's giving me this issue, I'll definitely be able to handle that. And like I said, John, all the haters, person around. And like I said, you need to get the elite access. It's definitely a big help. And like I said, John, I'll give you the next update. Hopefully next time happens. Just signing off.
Yeah, pretty good, right? So there's a lot of black students who got laid, you know? It's ridiculous. So much black students getting laid. Let's see if there's another one. I think I posted a video that has like, I don't know, like 7 or 8 students getting laid that are black. So let's see if it's still here. If I can't find it, I'll move on. We don't have time for this. Yeah, where's that video? I have one like talking about black people. Daygame is super easy for black students. I wonder if this one's it.
What if I told you that one black student, $600 game experts? Wait, you don't need expensive 10 wait.
And then the next one was a university student.
Remind for Daygame. Yes, he got a same-day late. He also made more approaches the next day. I believe one of them turned out to be a fuck buddy who is a university student, and a white girl. That is less than 1 to 6 approaches as what my students usually takes to get laid in 2024. But this was way before. But still, it goes to show you even years ago, New York and the USA is super easy for my students.
Yep.
Got even more laid during the inflation that they can't even get, since they can only get during the pandemic and before. Don't let other day game coaches tell you it is hard. That is pure propaganda. It's nothing to brag about if it's so easy for my coaching. Then again, I have 652 laid in poll testimonials for Daygame, month after month in 2024, year after year. They have old 2021 and before stuff since their game expired, like moldy bread.
It's really hard to hear. The way he recorded his testimonial was too much fucking wind. So yeah, his screenshot. Let's see.
I just wanted to hour like complete technical evaluation lessons. And it's teaches you at your level at same day lab and like our way for the bus.
Yes, just to say it again, it's the same day late. One approach after a 1 hour Skype for Daygame. You don't need expensive 10-day boot camps when you get late learning for 1 hour on the phone and the next approach is the same day late. He simply just applied whatever I told him and did it exactly. You don't need expensive 10-day boot camps wasting $8,600. This completely debunks it. I can get you laid just by teaching you online. I'm the best Daygame coach in the world. Nobody else can do that consistently.
And then the next one was a university student. Her dad didn't realize so and whatnot, but it didn't even matter because it's so official.
Her dad has no say in this. If his daughter is dating and banging a black man, they are so together that their parents accepted it. So for all the black men out there who thinks you can't do it, well, my students can, even in 1 approach or less than 6. Of course, you still have to be a good student and not have some excessive inner game issues, dragging your feet, not doing what I'm saying for drills and exercises for your homework assignments because you don't believe in yourself. You are so full of cortisol stress, also getting triggered due to low self-esteem.
That it's not like gaming or like a trick or some bullshit. It's like an actual game. Like this is how you actually do it, you know. And I got a pretty well. I actually that was it's two buddies, and just 1 week actually less than 1 week. It's been like 3 days, but it was carried on throughout the week, you know. Yeah, man, it's definitely more than worth it. Definitely more than worth it for the playbook, the coaching.
The elite playbook comes with a few Skypes. That was where he used his Skype coaching from. This isn't using game tactics to pull her home to secretly use alcohol in the bedroom and escalating super hard like other day game boot camps. This is some level of transferable skills. While this is more of a game product rather than a skill product. Being black will can you have an 8 out of 10 perceived natural status. Even if you are black but look black with some protector status. Later on when he lost his boat, it was a bit harder for him. More on that later.
And he's able to explain it like so you get it. And this is one of those things like if you don't buy it, then that's kind of on you. You know, it kind of took me way faster than I could even imagine. You know, but yeah, that's just what I say about the product.
For this, you can hear him stutter. He later in 2019 made a conversational product when he contacted me. He wasn't as bulky and it was more of a struggle without some protector status if you are black. It's part of the positive.
Well, anyways, you get the point. All right, next one, Latinos. Let's talk about lazy Latino students for a minute. If you're Latino, lean in. Pump your fist if you're ready to real talk because you need it. Honestly, you guys are some of the most challenging students I've ever had. Right up there with the stubborn whites. If you know that you're stubborn as hell with a one track mind, nod your head. You got energy, you got boldness, and nobody can deny your persistence. You'll keep showing up even when you're doing it wrong. Like a bunch of migrants. I'm just joking, but here's the problem. You're also the most fucking stubborn, unteachable cases, fucking hard cases, unteachable to the max, and emotionally unstable group I've coached this year. If you're feeling like you're called out, good, because that's the point. You guys love entertainment, but you hate real change. You want to do things your way, even when your way never fucking works this year. If you ever ignored my advice and done your own thing, shake your head and admit it. Then you have a total Latino meltdown, making excuses, shifting blame, and giving yourself a pat on the back saying you achieved this thing before, like a narcissist. Then you get called out by me because you forget your mistakes. You're like, yeah, let's get one thing straight. Follow everything I say. My instructions overrides your belief, your habits, your excuses. If you're ready to actually listen for once, raise your fucking hands, right? And be proud. So, hold on a second. Let me just delete this message for this other student. Stop making the same mistakes over and over. You know what I'm talking about. You keep doing the same things and expect different results. That's called insanity. If you're guilty of this, pump your fist and laugh at yourself for having another fucking siesta. And here's what you need to do. You need to record yourself calling out your errors. Seriously, record it on your phone and then replay it 40 fucking times. 40. Reprogram your brain. My other Latino students are now forced to go through every single video of elite tonality mastery 6 times. He can't disappear because I just kicked out his classmate, right? This other bench-holding Indian who procrastinated and root rot to the entire group. You need to force yourself to see your own mistakes until you can't ignore them anymore. So if you're willing to do this, nod your head and let's talk about the Latino frown. You know what I'm talking about. I mean, that grumpy, low energy look, curling your lips with low IQ look. Nobody wants to talk to the guy who looks like an ice raid mugshot. Fix your facial expressions. Smile. They can't even smile. Open your body language up and stop looking like you're about to start a fight with everyone that you meet and you dress like a shitty fucking jeans with a white t-shirt. If you ever caught yourself in the mirror looking miserable, you should raise your hand, but they won't do it because they're in denial. You want to be approachable, not intimidating or closed off. Let's talk about money for Latinos. Stabilize your finances. Stop living in survival mode. Stop operating like you're broke and desperate. It's like, they're like, oh shit, John's calling us out. Invest in yourself. If you're always broke and always hustling, always in crisis, you're never going to have the emotional stability to succeed. Latinos are either in 5-figure debt or they're broke as a joke. There's nothing in between. So if you know that you need to get your money right, pump your fist, right? You need to master elite tonality. Train your voice until it sounds confident, not depressed, not low energy, not like you're about to fall asleep and start crying or sounding like you're sighing at the end of the sentence. If you ever had someone tell you that you sound tired or sad, nod your head. You know what I'm talking about. Your voice is a weapon. Make it work for you. And this is a big one. Take extreme ownership. Stop shifting blame. Stop resisting feedback. Stop acting like you know better. That if you get called out, own it. If you messed up, own it. If you're ready to take responsibility for your own results, raise your hand. Look, you have all the raw ingredients: energy, presence, boldness. But if you don't get coachability, and if you don't follow instructions, if you don't fix your attitude and your finances, you're going to keep running in circles. If you're tired of being stuck and you're ready to actually win, pump your fist and say, let's fucking go. All right? So I'm going to play some testimonials from Middle Eastern. Here's the more recent one recently. So I know it's getting late, but it's like 9 o'clock here. 9 means like exactly. Ready for the roasting, yeah. Wait until like tomorrow, right? It's gonna get worse. So let's see. We're gonna play the 21-year-old Gen Z guy. I can't believe that what's his name? Gillard says that he sounds like AI. No, he's not AI. He's like a fucking Latino student with Latino fuck behavior.
Hi, I am a 21-year-old Gen Z American student living in the US. And today, with John's training and coaching, I've gotten lame.
No, I mean, I taught him how to speak like that. This is not AI. Like, why did he say stupid shit like that? I should just delete the comment. I'm gonna remove it because I don't want to create confusion. Nobody is AI for the voice. All the lay testimonials are real. Nothing is fake. Nothing is fake at all. So
Use Elite Bundle 2 and upgraded it to Elite Tonality Mastery. And with the skills I learned, I was able to close with this older black woman just outside. Today is May 16th. This is technically Daygame. So, as I was walking outside my neighborhood streets, I saw this older woman.
yeah, I mean his tonality, he's whitewashed. So white people have different variations in their tone. You know, it's not like you're trying to uptalk when you're talking like this. That's not how white people talk like. So that's like a bad way to talking. So that's the problem. No, don't talk like that. That's not whitewashed. This is whitewashed, what he's talking like. He no longer speaks monotone. He was monotone because he was Asperger's.
A lot older than I was. Because I found her attractive, I approached her using the right tonality and the right skills. I asked to see. She knew where the nearest 7-Elevens was, and she gladly showed me the way. She held my hand and guided me towards the 7-Elevens. There, I noticed that she was very turned on by me, and she was flirting with me continuously. So I flirted back, and eventually that led to interest. She wanted to take me back to her place, and I offered to use my car. That was when she had the idea to just have sex in my car. This just happened right now, and I got laid. And I'm very grateful for John Elite and many other people as part of the inner circle who motivate me to try harder. To all my fellow Latinos, I say, do not give up, right? And believe that you can do it. But more importantly, just follow the right path. And thank you very much. This is my testimonial, and I hope to provide a lot more testimonials in the future. Right after that, on May 16th, this student even got a hand job from another woman on May 26th. Didn't go further. She was mentally unstable, so he did the smart thing and moved on. What's wild? Last year, this guy was one of the worst students in the group. Just go to show.
I got kicked out of the group, so kicked out of the coaching. So all right. I met the testimonial students in Elite Access, right? And they're all real. Exactly. So you want me to move you back into the group? I have like a root rotting zombie group. All the Latinos are there, right? You want to meet the other students? You can still go a very slow pace. I'm perfectly fine with that. You can still see the updates for what the other students are learning. Do you want to be part of that group? I can add you there. So if you want to, I could do it right now. Then you can just see all the other students. I kicked out another Indian guy, and your other person you work with, a 55-year-old white student, he rage quit. He bench-hooded. So, okay, here's another Latino guy who's a pain in the ass. But he's an unteachable case, but he still got laid here. So, even if you're unteachable case, you can still get laid and still get results. You can still become a father. You can still make more money. It is entirely possible. Because I am John Elite, the world's best day game coach, and everyone knows it. It's like, for a lot of people, they're like, oh, that's so amazing, John. Your results for students are so amazing. I can't believe it. But for me, it's just like, oh, shit. All right, I'll move you to a group soon. So, let's find this Latino guy right here. Fucking zombie.
My name is, and I am one of John Elite's disgraced students.
Yep.
Say that because I was following the teachings of John Elite, but eventually I started acting like a zombie. I was trying to reverse engineer his teachings to what I wanted to do. I wasn't listening to what John was telling me, and eventually it got me kicked out of his program. And that is something I deeply regret, because all of John Elite's teachings are something that have seriously improved my life in millions of ways. For example, when I first joined John Elite about 3 to 4 years ago, I had nearly no money in the bank, and I had $17,000 in debt.
Yep.
$5,000 was student loans, and
yeah, Latinos are always in five-figure debt.
$11,000 was credit card debt. And even though John Elite had to say goodbye to me as a student about like 3 to 4 years ago, I still followed and implemented John's teachings. All of his teachings, how to make money, how to sell things. For example, he gives you a lot of different books to read. These are some of those books. the Secret series. He gave me those books. Here's the third one, Traffic Secrets. He gave me all of those books to read. And I read those books and I implemented those books in my own business. And I was able to build a profitable small business. And I was able to completely erase all of my student loan debt, my credit card debt. I was able to erase everything. And what you're hearing right now outside the door, that is my son. And my woman is out there. And Johnny Lee was able to help me. I was just talking to my wife, who was taking care of my son. So yeah, Johnny Lee, he helped me get married. He helped me reproduce. I have a son now. My son is very handsome and healthy because the woman is very beautiful. And beyond that, Johnny Lee, he also, even though I was removed from the program,
They made no choice but to declare you excommunicado. The doors to any service or provider in connection with the Continental are now closed to you.
he still gave me his elite playbook, which helped me practice and drill the things that I needed to do in order to get laid with other women. So right here, I'm going to show you. That's a censored picture of me getting laid with another girl who's not my wife. And I will send the uncensored picture to John Elite so that he will have the proof that it is me getting laid and not like a fake picture. That's real, right? And also, I'm going to show you my bank account as well as my car, just so you can see that everything he's saying is true. And all of this is just to say, basically, in a nutshell, John Elite is the absolute best day game cold approach coach in the entire world. And if you want to get laid with cold approach, you need to listen to John Elite. Every single other person in the world has no clue what they're talking about. John Elite is the best coach. He's a freaking genius. He's the only one who came up with the Trump.
Who the fuck else, right, gets Latinos laid? Like, besides me, for a day game coach, right? Nobody. So people cannot get Latinos laid anymore during the inflation and the tariff because Latinos are like literally a pain in the ass. This is just another example. They have the 5 traits. Number one track mind, like he had to do it his way. 1-step process, 1-step mind, 1-step everything. Number 2, the wrong path, the sociopath. In 4 months, it blew up in his face. The police kicked down his door, took his gun. Afterwards, he gets his girlfriend pregnant in 4 months. It's always 4 months of absolute fucking insane behavior. Then that's like number 3, a mental meltdown, crashes out. Number 4, he quits. And number 5, like most Latinos, they'll resurrect themselves and they'll come back to the fucking stage 1.
For therapy, which I also did, and it works 100%. I'm surprised that hasn't won a Nobel Peace Prize. John Elite also came up with all of the cold approach methods that actually work. He breaks everything down to a mathematical science. There's just so much I could say about him, but the most important thing I can say is he really knows what he's talking about. It works, and this is my testimonial of John Elite's services. If you want to get laid, you need to listen to him too. So as you can see, here's my hand, so you can see there's no Photoshop, right? There's my name. And here's my account. I'm going to scroll so you can see there's no Photoshop. This is my checking account that I just used. And this is my savings account. I have $43,000. I have 3 credit cards, no balance on any of them. And my only loan I have is on my car, which is a Maserati. And I'm going to show you this. This is proof. I drive a Maserati Gran Turismo. Hello, John Elite. I know my hair is not in a pompadour style right now, but that's because I just got out the shower. Here's my car. It's the Maserati. Tell them the truth, bro. I promise.
We'll play like maybe one more testimonial. I have many of Latinos, right? They're all fucking crazy. But here's Marco, right? All his other late testimonials. We'll just play through all of them.
This is me again with another testimonial of a recently in August.
He has 2 years. Like, I mean, he got 2 during that year. So there's another one I did not post yet, but I should.
Trust me. So I was 7, and this is a chick that was meeting her friends, and David approached her, talked for a little bit, and have an instant hangout, not a date, hangout. Instant hangout, got her number, and eventually I met up with her, like on a date. And as you can see here, this spot is perfect. I had to pay for a studio next to the street. You can see the street right there. You can literally just walk here, 5 seconds. And with the advantage, I had to pay for the spot close the tourist area. And 2024, I know it's been hard for some of the players, but you can do it. But you have to have the right structure. With Mr. John, he's the only one that can help you. For Daygame, Daygame, he's the best. Also, you cannot see very well, but he actually got me in shape, and not really nice shape. You can see my jawline. I'm probably like most of the most handsome student to them. And what? Oh, what are you talking about, man? I do trust John. He's the best for paying. Even though I need to keep training, he's a 100 girls over and over and over and over and have a great rotation. That's it for now, guys. And I'll see you soon.
Hey, zombies, did you just ignore that 52-year-old student who's saying
Let's see, what's the next testimonial?
student who got late with another or had motivation to make it happen? Anyway, check out this Latino student previous late testimonials here for the next video. It proved my system isn't someone off fluke like those illegal boot camps with alcohol and heavy escalation that only gets one ethnicity late in the past. This is sustainable. He keeps getting late, hooking up with
I met this girl, white American girl, and we went on a date. I ended up putting in the car, but getting closer, and John got me pissed off at me. He kicked me out of LA access. I showed him how to get it done. With his training, with objections, stealing, and sexualizing to the max. And I went for the training again. The second time, pulled the white girl again to my car and closed everything. It works. With his new method, Aero Theory for 2023 by John Elite. Is a new thing, new training, guys. Now, it helped me a lot with dealing with objections and all that, which it works really good, to be honest. And I have a friend who told me that he doesn't believe in John's training until I get late with a white American girl, and guess what? I did it. And it's gonna be more common in this because his stuff works really well. John also helped me a lot with my image, with my physical changes, and with my skincare. With the method that helps you with those wrinkles, it's top secret. Only John knows how to get it done, and it works really well. And as a Latino, I've been happy for my results. I usually give the other girls, but I want to give more white girls. John is the only one that can help me because I believe in his trainings, I believe in him, he believes in me. I'm really happy with the results. And thank you, John, for everything. So now, guys, listen to John for 2023 because everything has changed. It's not the same. Believe only John can help you. And I just want to talk about
This is a previous testimonial.
Inner Circle. All of the information on Inner Circle, like the video called Hybrid Opener. The Hybrid Opener helped me out a lot in the game because that's how I met my fuck buddy. And using the Hybrid Opener. And after a while, after some 6 routines, she became my girlfriend. And it's a really powerful video to learn, to be honest. Also, I want to talk about the exercises to lose weight, to get out in nice shape, decent shape. Because I used to be fat, and I used to have a double chin. And as you can see, in my jawline, and I love the double chin. And John has a method to burn the fat on this area. Nobody knows it's a secret. It's on belly access. But yeah, I mean, so far there's a lot of information that is top secret, that actually works.
Yeah, that's the same Marco that you see over here, right? That was in the comment section.
Hey guys, see you soon. Bye.
It's just like lay pictures and stuff now. Say nothing. Here's another previous testimonial.
This is first of all for John Kelly, the best day game coach for after training with John for some time now, and after Skypes, I was able to get laid 4 times, 4 girls, 2 girlfriends at the same time.
Good.
And I was to keep one of the girls as my main girlfriend. One white girl, one Mexican American, and 2 Latinas until today. John was able to help me out before COVID and after COVID. And it's not easy to adapt, but John can help you out with that. For John, it's not impossible because he knows what you need, he knows what you need, and he knows how to help you out in your daily life. How can an average man like me, not very good looking, not tall, chubby, and very average, can get results? If John understood my situation and then he helped me out with what I'm social skills, social calibration, and everything else, as you can see. That's why I trust John with my life. No joke. After COVID, I'm still training with John to better my life. Not only here, but in other areas of my life. That's why I consider John and other students the best coach in the world. With clearly 500 testimonials speak for themselves. Thank you, John.
Here's the old way: the spam approach, hundreds, even thousands of approaches to get.
So basically, yeah, we don't have enough time to go through all the Latinos, right? The lazy, crazy Latinos. Let's talk about Middle Easterns, right, for a minute. If you're Middle Eastern, lean in, pump your fist, and you're ready for some real talk. You got some serious strength, charisma. You got it. You walk in the room and people notice you. You got, the drill stamina. You can practice and push through when you really want something. And deepening on where you are, you might have some SMV going for you. Sometimes you're seen as exotic. Sometimes you blend right in. But here's what I've noticed recently. A lot of you have been mentally unstable in 2025. Not saying that to roast you, but you guys need to hear it. Too many mood fucking swings. Too much bottled up anger. One day you're motivated, the next day you're crashing out and burning. If you know that you've been, up and down emotionally, nod your head if you're Middle Eastern. Let's get right into it. You gotta vent your anger in healthy ways. Don't bottle it up. If you let it build, you're going to explode and just crash out and disappear for weeks. Go hit the gym, do some martial arts, go for a run, whatever it takes to get out your system in a way that doesn't sabotage your progress. If you know that you've been holding things in, and pump your fist and promise to do something about it. Use Elite Access for ongoing support. Don't isolate yourself. Don't try to do everything alone. When you start feeling delusional, right, which is very fucking common, I mean, come on now. When you're starting second guessing yourselves, when your ego gets in the way and out of control, reach out. That's what Elite Access is for. I'm here to help you process those thoughts and keep you grounded and make sure you don't spiral out of control. If you ever been caught yourself disappearing or ghosting when things get tough, raise your hand. Don't rely on your charisma or SMV of 7 out of 10. That used to work in some places, but not anymore. The markets change. Women are looking for more than just a smooth talker or a guy with good looks. Skills are what are going to get you results now. You need to drill down. Drill, baby, drill. And you need to rehearse. You need to build up your social calibrations, your emotional control, your tonality. And you ever coasted on charm, then wonder why it stopped working, nod your head. That's right, you need to upgrade your fashion and your grooming, and don't just rely on what worked back at home or when you see in your community. Go for a look that's universally appealing, clean, sharp, and husband material. Get rid of the outdated styles, the flashy accessories, or anything that makes you look like you're trying too hard. And if you're not sure of what that looks like, ask me
at the testimonials. If you're willing to upgrade your looks to pump your fist and prioritize emotional control and not completely surrender, this is the big one. Don't let your mood swings and your ego sabotage your progress. So if you're feeling good, use that momentum to drill, baby drill, to take more action. So if you're feeling down and disappeared, reach out, get support, and reset. If you ever let your emotions knock you off track, nod your head, and remember that charisma is an asset, but it is not enough. And if your drilled stamina is powerful and you only use it consistently, your SMV helps, but your skills are what closes the deal. So if you're ready to take control of your emotions and upgrade your skills and reach out when you need help, raise your hand and say, let's fucking go.
So let's play a Middle Eastern testimonial. I'm pretty sure I have a lot. We'll just play 2 of them. We don't have time for everything. But yeah, I need more Middle Eastern students. Lately, like, they've just been crashing out. I only had a recent one get elite tonality mastery, but we need more. And that guy is like a little bit off now because that woman cheated on him, and he's lost his mind. Let's see over here. Oh, here it is. 22 lays and 1 model girlfriend. All right, let's play it.
Hey guys, how's it going? This is the video testimonial for John Ali. So a little bit about myself. I worked for RSP Nation and their programs out here in Vancouver. And I've been in the game for many years. There was David D'Angelo, W Dating, Coffee Funny, there was Mystery, there was Pickup Artist TV shows, there was tons of stuff. It was all gaming strategies, right? Then I found John Ali, and all I did was take his Elite 30 course, and everything changed. It was all just social skills, social calibrations, how to not be creepy, not just be chill, be normal, normal and the eyes on the world. And how John is able to pick everything up and they put it in a structure. Put it all in a structure so that it was so when you take it, it's good stuff. So I highly recommend. I would only take it Elite 30, and even for business it was great because before talking about lines it was more kind of to the point and just whatever. But now with after Elite 30 it was more connecting, comfort, friend vibe, all this stuff, and closing sales left, right, and center. And then let's talk about the lays. So I'm at well over 20 now, and there was even during COVID there was 2 girls. One was Colombian chick, just walked up to her outside the SkyTrain, was chatting this that, and going back to her place. And just talking about UFC because she had like anime T-shirt in her hand, and then we're just chatting about UFC because I like UFC, and yeah, just normal banter back and forth. Back to the place, transitioned to some drinks, and when they'll whip it out. So that was one of them. Another thing I was emulating for like some of the street games I did was like I would chat with the chicks and they'll come forward, and then I would do the Snapchat trick where you're like, hey, this girl Snapchat, you're chatting. I'd make out with them in clubs, just pull them in the club, get them for drinks after telling comfort. There was one chick I finger banged on the street, blonde, young blonde, 18-year-old blonde. She couldn't get into one of the bars, just hanging out there, we're chilling, talking. I was just bugging her, joking around about it, and being social. And she was just like, make out with me right now. She's like, grab me. And I was like, okay. She's like, I started fingering her right on the street. So I got that. And it was again just relaxing, just being social, normal, not gaming. So I highly recommend Elite 30. I haven't taken the playbook yet, and because I've had already so much results already, so it's like highly recommend Elite 30, especially if you're one of these gaming guys or just all in the game.
Yeah, he just bought elite tonality mastery, so he's not gonna do as much day game, but he should. So
Game. Take Elite 30, watch it a few times, internalize it, put it to practice, and you want it back. All right, thanks, John, for everything. Also, I forgot to mention. So I wanted to just chat about one of the sleeping leads I got. So I was at the hot dog stand on Granville Street, and I was a little bit drunk. This is what I got a watch because John was like, hey, get a better watch or whatever as a conversation piece. So I just got this iced out black with diamond watch,
And yeah, the girl with me, she was an Asian chick too. She's like, hey, I like that watch. What kind of watch is it? I was looking at it, touching it and stuff, right? And she also had a boyfriend. And yeah, again, use social skills, chatting about watches and stuff like that. But while chatting, obviously, I'm throwing in that, you know, that fun vibe. And yeah, we ended up jumping in a car, going back to her place, and I banged her. And I felt bad after because like she was texting her boyfriend while I got the picture of her too. I was like, boom, I got a picture of her because I wanted to send it to John. And yeah, I got a model Instagram girlfriend, and same thing, just social skills, treating them normal, you know, good vibe, intelligence, and all this kind of stuff. And yeah, that was good. But when I learned about these young Instagram models, well, the one I was dating is just, you know, they party quite a bit, and it started affecting my mental health going out there. Like, what happens when you learn this stuff, and you learn John Leeds 30 social skills program, you now become a person that has choice. You're not in scarcity mindset anymore. You're not like, oh, you know, like you're just like, oh, this is like even hot chicks, models, random chicks and stuff. You start to develop your own profile of who you want, what you like and dislike in a person, and now you have the skills to go and pick and choose. You know, go out there and get to know someone and say this is a shitty person. I don't like girls that cheat now. I don't like girls that are cheaters and cheats and all that stuff. You know, or they have boyfriends or anything. Yeah, it's fun. It's the experience is good to have. To you know, you go out there, you have these experiences, and these experiences with the skill sets you learn from Elite 30. You now become a person of having choice, who you want to date, what kind of person you want. And but I just add that in there. Hey guys, how's it going? This is a video testimonial for John Ellie. So a little bit about myself. I worked for RSP Nation in the programs all year to make over.
All right, so there's another student who's Middle Eastern. Let's hear this guy.
Starts for like 5 to 6 years. Actually, getting zero results. So, you know, if they does forums and stuff like that, to find somebody out. How do you come? Now, last time I joined Elite, I used to remember me scratching the big head like a body. Keeping up steps from the team. Maybe essentially give me a chance and he will live. Told me to. I think he was a nice dude, you know. So it's like getting in a shop, you know. He actually answered me, actually had jobs. So I don't really think people is teaching. And after being 1 week inside this program, I actually played dominate for social circle. And 3 more days to go. And I'm about a week inside this program. I really think that.
Yeah, he banged this blonde chick. It's good. Let's see.
I'm about a week inside this program.
Okay, I'm showing the lay pictures, so this is well censored, so I cannot get trouble.
Just He's like, no questions asked, just like, and they seem to pick up the homework. But he's doing it for purpose, that's because he wants you guys to succeed. He wants you to take action and get stuff done, so make sure that you need to have body like if you don't take these courses with coaching, you're missing out something big, because these are adult question ask the best of all time, like reaching the best of all time. Like, definitely comes tough for all of us. Straight to the point, I'll tell you what to do. Not like asking the questions, just do it. And take the action and see results. You know, I mean, at least if you 5 simple thought. I actually got laid yesterday. All week inside this program. And I never lost like the RSD. But that shit had taken 6 years. 6 to 5 years. But with John, just only 1 week, it's not gonna require 1 week. I actually got the results. So, yeah. was fascinating. I love that.
Yeah, pretty good, right? So this guy has a Swedish accent. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not saying he was from there, but all right. So what's the last thing we're gonna talk about, right? Before we get some sleep, let's talk about white students for a minute. In 2025, if you're white, lean in and take a deep breath. This is gonna sting, and you're gonna need it. Maybe you're used to being the default winner. In the room. Maybe you're used to doors opening just because you show up because of white privilege. But let's be real. Right now, it probably feels like your privileges have been fucking revoked. Like someone changed the cheat codes and didn't tell you. Oh. If you ever thought, man, it used to be so much easier by being white, give yourself a little smirk. Maybe just, a groan and roll your eyes. Because you got some real strengths. You start with higher status in most places. You know the basics, openers, routines, the O numbers game shit, direct game, which doesn't work. Okay, microphone's wrong place, but hopefully you can hear me. You're not afraid to approach. You probably even had some wins just showing up and swing that samurai sword and charging it with confidence in canned lines, But it's 20 out of 35 now, and the samurai sword is dull. It's heavy, and it's swinging all around and getting you laughed at by the real warriors. The game has changed, and you've been feeling like a rug been pulled out from under you. Maybe slapped you across the forehead and say, "Wake up, man." Here's the thing. For all those mystery method and those RSD tactics, that's vintage. Like showing up to a UFC match in a karate gi and wondering why you keep getting choked out. You need to stop being so brainwashed by other white dating coaches. Seriously, if you got a whole playlist of their YouTube videos, maybe hit pause and unsubscribe from people like James Marshall or Dave Wagnat, whoever the fuck that is, or tall self-proclaimed high lay count coaches. Because is this actually working for you anymore? You can't SMV your way through this. Status isn't enough. You can't just rely on being tall, white, and just say, "Hey, what's up?" That's not going to cut it no more. You gotta start trying to coast and maybe give yourself a little bit of a facepalm. You need to upgrade your fashion and your hairstyle. Not just look good, but also look like husband material. No more. I just rolled out of bed and just threw on whatever was clean. Look at my top students. Blazers, fresh fades, fitted shirts. So if you're not sure what that means, scroll through the testimonials and take notes. Now, here's where it gets real. You need to stop being a samurai. So you gotta stop thinking that you can just charge in, and brute force your way to results. You have to become a ninja. That means drills and skills and precision, and you need to move in silence and adapt on the fly and actually know what you're doing. So if you ever thought, "Hey, I don't need no drills, I'll just wing it," try raising your eyebrows and realize that's exactly why you're stuck. Skill max, focus on tonality. No more monotone and no more nervous up and down voice. You want to sound stable, confident, like you actually belong. Work on calibrations, read the room, adjust, and don't bulldoze or freeze. Emotional control, don't get rattled by rejections, and don't get cocky afterwards. A single win. Don't spiral if things don't go your way. So if you're nodding along and good, keep going. And let's be honest here, you are not enough anymore. Not in this marketplace. Not in 2025. Your default status is just the starting line now, so not the finish line. Women have seen it all. They are not impressed by the old tricks. You have to commit to growth. You have to be willing to look silly, to drill
to fail, to get back up, and to do it better. So if you're feeling a little bit uncomfortable, maybe shake it out, stand up, stretch that redneck, and get your blood moving. You need to be more coachable. Drop that ego and stop thinking that you know better than me, because you'll get laid a few times in college or watch a bunch of white dating coaches' videos. If you're ready to actually learn, and give yourself a little fist tap on the chest, right? And say, all right, it is time. This is your time to wake up, call. Upgrade your look and upgrade your skills, because upgrade your mindset and start moving like a ninja, not like a samurai. Get in the dojo and do the drills and stop looking for shortcuts. If you're ready to let go of the old, try yourself in a slow clap and just whisper, let's fucking go, under your breath. Because if you don't, you'll keep spinning your wheels and stuck in the past, wondering why you're not getting the results in a world that's already moved on. And if you do, you'll actually start winning again. So take a breath, shake out the old programming, and let's get to work. That's for 2 days, or that's it for day 2. And let's just play a couple testimonials, get some sleep, and yeehaw. All right, so let's play a white testimonial. So which one are we gonna play? I think there's one at the Google Drive. I think there's one at the Google Drive, and we're gonna look at some testimonials, especially this student over here who's like half Jewish and half white. And this is his. He got 2 lays in 1 day. Yeehaw!
Only proposed today is February 65. And yesterday, I got 1 but 2 lays game. And the second play was the same day late. In the morning, I was in my guest house by hotel. And there was a woman there. She was with 2 men. And we were sleeping on a motorcycle with one of the men. And I approached the 3 of them. And told him, hey, your girlfriend's really beautiful. And he laughed. He said, oh no, this is my brother-in-law. Or, sorry, my stepbrother. And we chatted for a bit. She gave me her contact. And then later in the evening, she messaged me and said she wanted to meet. So we met. We went to my place. And that's how it went. And again, it's just another one of these reminders, another one of these voices telling you to take action. This result might sound unbelievable. You have 2 lays in 1 day. From Daygame. Just from Daygame. Just going and talking to people, strangers in the street. It's all possible. I'm telling you. I'm here to tell you. And deliver this message to you. It's all possible for you. You can take action. You coach with John. It won't always be easy. I'm not gonna lie. But keep going. And you can't imagine what's possible for you. I promise.
That's really wonderful. So let's play another testimonial and then we should call it a night. So, all right, let's look at the second channel and see if we can find, the hooker hollering video of the other testimonial of the other student. Let's see here. Oh shit, I don't have it here directly. I gotta organize this a lot better. So let's see, how am I gonna show the other student for his results? Maybe we can play a little bit of another video and just to see what's up. Okay, for the products and stuff, there was a webinar and you guys should sign up. See here? Here's the products and services. Let's see here.
And now for this.
Okay, right here.
2 weeks in, I started drawing. And yeah, I got a model Instagram.
Okay, that's a different student. I'll tell you which one is it.
Well, friend, getting something very hard. It's hard. It's all clear. It's yeah, she started drawing. She could go on there to know that very. So here she has this voice. She gets into her self solutions. She has.
The 5th thing I want to teach you.
So basically over there, You can see he got up to 10 fuck buddies and he had like 2 models. He banged the other sister that's a model. And then he has like 10 fuck buddies. And I'm sure I have his testimonials over here, some of the older ones. But let's just play it quickly. So I don't have like I didn't like put all of them up here. But eventually you gotta post another one, you know? Otherwise white people will not believe in themselves. And I have a German student. I can post some of his testimonials. Maybe I should do something like that. All right. I think I have his testimonial here. It's really not organized. I don't have it here, unfortunately. I should have done everything ahead of time. Let's see. Nope, it's not on this one. It's on the other one, maybe. Maybe it's over here. So let me check if it's over here for the testimonials. Oh shit, it's like fuck. I have it somewhere. I just don't feel like looking for it. I should have organized this a lot better, you know? But I think that's good enough for the white students, right? I know I didn't play as much testimonials, but you know, 10 fuck buddies, not bad, huh? 2 models and 1 model girlfriend, and also a 5-some. That's the end of the video. Get some sleep. We'll see you tomorrow, and hopefully it has more than fucking 50 people next time. All right, good night.